MSP, and oh, here we are again. Yes, and the Green Deal will work together, hopefully. And I think that some of the concerns that were raised yesterday will be at least addressed, if not answered, by the results of Green, MSP Green, and REGINA-MSP, two projects that, as you know, have lasted for the last 2 years, working in many moments together, and I think we are very proud also of this collaboration. What is more, I think that this final conference is also the result of this, let's say, sisterhood. And as you saw, we developed even a joint visual identity to really convey our proudness in having worked together and with some interesting results. Okay, now it would be really nice if we could move to the next slides. I'll try again. Yes, no, go back. Too fast, okay. Very briefly, today we have this very intense afternoon, and as you can see, we will also have parallel sessions. I think that you already took the tickets just to address. They are close by. But please be also advised that we're going to use Slido, not only in the plenary room, but also in the parallel session. So it's very easy. When you get into the Slido, you have the option to choose the rooms or the plenary session. So please choose the correct room. And then you'll have the possibility to either use the Q&A or access the polls. So I think it is worth to try right away. So please take your phone. So as I present myself, maybe we'll try to get to know each other very briefly. And not again? No. Why? It's charging, but it's working. Yes. So please, when you enter, choose plenary session. Yes. Yeah, I think we skipped one. So, but let's do this before. So, why are you here for? Yes, field trips. I'm very envious. I wasn't there, so but I heard magnificent stories. So, Calanque. Okay. Advanced knowledge. Well, I hope we will be able, because of course this is a dialogue. We present to you some results that needs to be used, and there need to be an exchange. Absolutely. And maybe we can go to the next one. So just to have an idea, yesterday they asked from which country. We reflect also on the basin scale. So let's play this little game. Okay, a lot of people from the Baltic Sea, but also from the Mediterranean. Yeah. I mean, we are playing home, so it makes sense. Okay, very good. I think it works, and it's pretty straightforward. Everyone is already great in using it. So now we will have this official welcome setting. And we have two official welcomes, but also two interesting interventions from the project coordinators. So I kindly invite to join me to the table Christophe Madrol, who is president. I have all the names. Sorry, president of the Commission of Biodiversity, the Sea, Coastal Areas and Natural Regional Parks and Risk Management of Région Sud. So, please, Monsieur Madrol, if you would kindly get upstairs. And then I ask Julia Bale, who is a project advisor at CINEA and was project advisor also for REGINA-MSP. She has, of course, focused on topics related to sustainability and blue economy. And then, of course, the two project coordinators for MSP Green, the managing director of Corilla, Mr. Pierpaolo Campostrini, and for REGINA-MSP, Olivier Laroussini, who is, of course, Chief Deputy Director for Maritime Planning and Major Project at CRMA. So now I would then kindly invite Monsieur Madrol to address the audience. I think you have a discourse. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur region is pleased to welcome you to its territory. In this exceptional place, that's in the Palais du Pharo, for the final conference of the European REGINA-MSP project. With 1,000 kilometers, the coastline, the Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur region has always been oriented towards the sea in order to reconcile regional economic development and environmental protection. It appeared necessary to develop a maritime policy integrated. This is why the region has established a maritime parliament, bringing together all stakeholders, communities, heads of associative network and businesses, in order to assure the coexistence of maritime activity with the objective of sustainable development of the region, territory, and in addition to the Maritime Facade Council on the score of the French Mediterranean led by the state. Our regional seed strategy included in the climate plan Let's Stay One Step Ahead is perfectly in line with the integrated maritime policy adopted by the Union European in order to allow coherence of all marine and marine activities and respect for environmental issues. Through the Framework Directive for Maritime Spatial Planning, the European Union has left room for maneuver to member states and regions in the implementation of this policy. As the regions do not have the same skills from one member state to another, it's apparently necessary to study the different governance models and share good practices with the aim of strengthening their role in maritime planning. At the request of CEREMA, Olivier Laroussini, and his team at the start of the project, the Sud region, of course, agreed to be one of the test regions as part of REGINA-MSP project. The dynamic of collaboration now underway must continue in order to improve and accentuate the role of region authorities and local stakeholders in maritime planning. This work could be developing in particular within the framework of the work carried out by the CMPR in at Mediterranean Commission. Thank you. But now, vous pouvez traduire maintenant en français?
Oui, si vous voulez, oui, brièvement.
J'ai lu ce discours en anglais. I read this discourse in English, but I won't speak de Marseille. Le travail que vous faites est très important pour l'avenir de la Méditerranée et des mers et des océans.
So I will speak from Marseille, from I would say the art of Marseille, saying that what you are doing right now is really important for the future of the Mediterranean.
Pendant trop longtemps, les mers et les océans ont été les terrains de jeu. You understand?
Yes, during long time, the sea have been these kind of game fields.
Et aujourd'hui, créer de la planification maritime, réfléchir ensemble à l'avenir des mers et des océans est fondamental pour l'avenir de la Terre, mais aussi des mers et des océans.
And today, to reflect together, to plan together, is essential for the future of development of land, but also sea areas.
Je suis un marin, je suis un plongeur. Je dis souvent qu'avant d'être terrien, je suis un mérien, car je regarde la terre souvent depuis la mer.
I'm a mariner. I dive, and I often think of myself as someone who is more marine than terrestrial, because my point of view is more from the sea and in the sea.
Et dans mes fonctions aujourd'hui, comme président de la commission mer à la région,
And today, with my work within the Commission,
j'essaie, avec le Parlement de la mer, de pouvoir construire et expliquer l'importance de l'avenir des océans et de la mer Méditerranée pour les générations à venir.
I hope that my work within the Parliament of the Sea, that he was referring to earlier, is key in communicating and explaining the importance of the sea for the future generations.
Donc, je veux dire un grand merci pour le travail que vous faites, pour la mise en réseau que vous construisez, parce que sans réseau qui travaille sur les mers, malheureusement, ce combat serait perdu. Donc, merci à tous d'être aujourd'hui à Marseille et que votre séjour à Marseille se passe sous les bons auspices de Poséidon et de tous les Grecs qui ont foulé cette terre.
So thank you for your work, thank you for being here, and thank you for the work you do as a network, because without networking at sea, this battle would be lost. So I really hope that this meeting will be under the good blessing of Poseidon and all the sea gods. So thank you. Okay, very well. Thank you. Now is the time of Julia, she has a presentation. So Julia, if it's right, I'll move it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So a warm welcome also from my side. It's a very personal pleasure also to be here, because Regina was the first project since I signed a grant agreement when I joined CINEAS a bit more than 2 years ago. I think, starting with my short presentation, probably in this room I don't have to tell anyone anymore who is CINEA, but for those, if there's one in the room, CINEA is one of the executive agencies of the European Commission, has been set up in 2021 as the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. We are managing a number of programs, and you see here on the top in gray the European Maritime and Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, and that's the program I'm representing. We have been hearing a lot about 10 years MSP, but actually we also have a bit celebration of 10 years in our team in the agency. Even so, the framing it was not so easy, but what we were celebrating was that since 10 years the European Commission delegating funds to an executive agencies to manage projects and manage calls for proposals. It has been in the past EASME, it's now CINEA, it was the EMFF, and now we are the MFAF, but yeah, all in all, it's still 10 years. And if you can see from this infographic we had developed when we had the celebrations back in May, also at the European Maritime Days, that Maritime Spatial Planning you see in 2015, and actually the work already started in 2014. We had this as a milestone because this was when we had launched the assistance mechanism, but also the first projects have been signed for Maritime Spatial Planning. Basically this is just a starting point. This is a continuation of our work over the last 10 years. So you're probably also all familiar with this image. We have been supporting you see here 30 projects. Of these are 21 projects in form of grants, and they're representing 19% of the total projects and 19% of the total funding of the budget we have implemented. These grants greatly contributed to the work in the member states to define their maritime strategic plans and engage in cross-border planning with their neighbors. In addition to this, we had a series of studies, and we also had service contracts to fund the MSP assistance mechanism, to run the MSP platform, and further supporting the member states in the development and implementation of the maritime spatial plans. Since 2023, this contract also includes the establishment and facilitation of the Blue Forum. You also, I think this has been mentioned yesterday already a couple of times, but the assistance mechanism published this summer study on the, looking back at the last 10 years of the projects that have been funded, and looking and understanding the achievements, identifying challenges, and shed light on best practices employing in the MSP community over the last decade. But there also are some recommendations that there still needs to be some work done. And now, coming to the reason for today's event, I call it MSP 2.0, since in fact the projects that are having its final conference together with REMAP, that was here yesterday with the data corner, were the first generation of projects under the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund, so the new funding period starting in 2021. And these 3 projects entered a new phase in the MSP implementation, where most member states have their plans ready, but needed to consider the challenges in implementation and monitoring these in adapting to the EU policy targets like biodiversity strategy, the offshore renewable energy targets, and the Green Deal. MSP Green had a particular focus on the implications of the European Green Deal, whereas Regina has been doing tremendous work to bring the topic of MSP to the attention of the regions in Europe. And REMAP is still ongoing, as you all know, and they have been here. So Regina and MSP Green are having their final conference here, and when we had a kickoff 2 years ago, we encouraged you to create synergies. I know this word is all over the place, and we promoted that, and to connect. And we couldn't be more happy to see that actually this advice was taken on board. And yeah, this good example of a collaboration, I think it's a fantastic event. The organization, really funny. Whoever did these field trips must have been so much work. Yeah, it was a good start. We have the beautiful weather here in Marseille, so I'm looking really forward to this event, and it's an excellent example of the good collaboration that can really be developed through these 2 projects. And yeah, for us it's a great pleasure to see so much interest and enthusiasm for working on MSP. Also beyond the project work, your contributions to the initiatives like the Tech Data or the COP for MSP in the Mediterranean. And also others have been part of the community and attending our workshop in March. I remember that one coordinator came and asked, well, is this here a family gathering? Or sometimes it really feels a bit like this. So now we are curious to hear about your insights from the projects this afternoon and also tomorrow. But quickly before, I wanted to give you also a bit of outlook of the future. So what is next? Probably you all know that there will be 2 new projects starting in November on MSP. The one is already signed. This is the MEDI Green, with a particular focus on Mediterranean approach towards the Maritime European Green Deal. We always say the continuation of MSP Green. And there's one it has 4 partners from MSP Green, so we're very happy to see this, and then new partners from Greece, Croatia, and Algeria. And on the other hand, there is also this priority for MSP in the North Sea. Probably my colleague Gemma, who was here yesterday, is already back at her desk and trying to finalize the grant agreement so that this project is also starting in November. We will also be shortly starting on the renewal of the contract for the MSP assistance mechanism and the European Blue Forum. This will take place in 2025. And we would like to encourage once more the 2 projects to ensure that all the valuable results from these 2 projects and these 2 years are shared and made accessible via the MSP platform. CINEA will also continue to support the Tech Data and the community of practice of MSP in the Med to engage with the MSP community. There will be a new call for MSP projects, but only in 2026, but we will actually start working on this already in 2025 and taking account all the valuable insights from the discussions over this week here in Marseille. And then, as we have heard yesterday, MSP will be a strong leg of the new European Ocean Pact that has been announced by the Commission President von der Leyen in her political guidelines. It has been reaffirmed in a letter of the Commissioner for Fisheries and Ocean. So there might be still some new surprises to come for us, but I think it will be only in the positive sense. And then I just would like to thank everyone and hope to be able to.
Thank you very much. And now, please, Director Campostrini.
Buongiorno, good morning, and welcome here in Marseille. I'm very glad to be with you today. We are many, and this is not a surprise because these projects realized a very good participation. I would like just to say something concerning the way we organize together this event. This joint conference, for the reasons, not only because we have to obey to the Commission, we were convinced about the fact that it is a very complex problem, must be subdivided, and then you need a reunification, no? To study better, no? And then you need a reunification. This is why, not only because there are partners which are present in both projects, but because it is needed to, at the end of the project, to try to see the coherence of what we were saying during the activity. And it's a matter of fact that during in the program we organized, you will, of course, you will receive an introduction after us. There will be the introduction of what MSP Green was doing, what Regina was doing. So the presentation of the project will be done, of course, by the partners, by the two entities which coordinated it. But then we would like to ask the people which were not in the project to discuss the results of the different projects. The so-called stakeholders, well, even if there are no stakes, but I mean, the people which were, we work for the public interest. You should know that the organization which took part in all these kind of projects are endorsed by the administration which is responsible for the implementation of SP. So in some sense, also the member state which participate used, in brackets, us, no, to carry their own point of view, their own. So at the end, we were working for the public interest of Europe and carrying the ideas, the feeling, the sentiment of our member state, of our communities in the different sea region. What is again very beautiful is that in our project there were represented all the European sea regions, and this is important because at the end we say there are many different things and some similarities, mainly concerning the target that we have to reach. There is, out of any doubt, that we have to decarbonize Europe, 2030, 2050, I don't know, but we have to proceed, and there is no doubt that the sea is one of the key actors. Ocean and seas are not something that should be preserved. It's something that should be used in a proper way. Applying the ecosystem-based approach, considering the sustainability of the uses of the resources, concerning the organization of this sustainable use. And this is the matter of exactly of Maritime Spatial Planning, try to allow, to permit these things, but for reaching some very important result. As we said yesterday, when the directive was issued, was not yet in place the Green Deal. No? So we were, in the last days, for many reasons, we were more aware about the problem of giving a sustainable future to our economies and to the life on Earth, no, to the human life on Earth, and then the Green Deal was launched after the directive was issued. So our project tried to understand how to run towards the target, even if maybe the legislation was issued before it. Again, with the region, but I don't want to take what Olivier will say after me. We have to work. We know perfectly that we have to work European-wide, nation-wide, but also going in the single local community to be effective. So the project, these two this joint conference is for examining jointly the results of the two projects, are trying to understanding their spirit and communicating between us and to our member states, to the Commission, which is the line, what we would like to achieve, what is the target, the way forward. So we are not speaking in this conference about the past, about what we did, but I prefer that we will discuss what to do in the next future. Thank you for your attention.
Well, welcome to all of you. Some complementary words about the regions, because it could be strange saying that regions are concerned by maritime spatial planning. It's a European directive asking for national plans. But, well, so the starting point, regions. When we say region, we are thinking about NUTS 2 level in the nomenclature of a territorial organization, and it is a level in charge of the cohesion policy, the European cohesion policy. So quite an important role in the development of Europe. And looking at maritime spatial planning, if you think about maritime regions, they are a bridge between the national level and the local level. And our hypothesis was, okay, so they are a key player. And probably they are a key player for integrated maritime policy. There should be a key player for implementing maritime spatial planning, and probably there could be more involved and for more efficiency of this involvement. And of course the results are clear. They are confirming the hypothesis. The need and willingness for a multi-scale planning. It's not so easy once you say it to imagine what it could be. They highlight also some, I would say, missing topics. It was perhaps a little bit more surprising, asking the regions. Well, it seems that looking at maritime only, strictly maritime, is not enough, is not clever. So integrated coastal zone management, local scales of planning that includes the seashore should be important. And I think the results also are showing the wide diversity of the large diversity of situation, context, national context, and so that there is not one solution. There is not one system. You should look at your national context, your regional context, and perhaps adapt some recommendations. So I think it's like for MSP Green and the recommendation, we can say, of course, there should be adaptation. And I think we tried to suggest things and to adapt our recommendations for the special national context of the countries involved in the project. But, well, then you can think of others afterwards. We also have some ideas about the European level. So you will have some proposals for the directive, for things like that. No problem. But finally, one important aspect in what you will hear in the REGINA-MSP project, there is a kind of two ways of finalizing the project. There is a recommendation of the project itself, and we also helped the Conference of Peripheric Maritime Regions to issue some policy papers. And so this is a political side we helped to deliver, but so there is, yes, two kind of results somehow. Our result and the results that can be showed and that will be showed by the CPMR. So I wish you a nice conference and hope you will enjoy it a lot.
Thank you very much. I think there'll be time to ask questions and exchange a little bit more later on. Speaking of exchange, as you know, this conference is being recorded and broadcasted. We hope that some of the results that will come out of this conference, we will be able to use them from a scientific perspective. So probably publication. So more updates in the coming month. But as is just to state that for us is not a moment only to showcase what we did, but is more an exchange and a moment where we can also learn. So thank you. But now it's time to get into the technical details of the project. So I kindly ask Martina Bocci, environmental scientist and research consultant at Corilla, who has been the project manager of MSP Green, putting a lot of amazing energy, as you all know. So please, Martina, join me on stage. Can we open the microphone, please?
Thank you, Volker. Thank you for the nice introduction. Good afternoon, all. It's my great pleasure to introduce you MSP Green in a nutshell. And to do so, I'm going to use some keywords. So I will be brief and hopefully keep you alive. The first one is connecting. In fact, the European Green Deal and MSP start from different premises, as you know, and respond to different ambitions and needs. Decarbonization, decoupling of economic growth from resource exploitation with a process that is expected to be fair and just. This is in a nutshell EGD. And efficient, safe, and environmentally sustainable use and organization of sea uses in the case of MSP. So these are two different stories with some good points in common, but that need to be better connected. And there was also, as Pierpaolo already mentioned, some issues in timeline, this connection in timeline that we are we should consider in our planning. A second keyword is urgency. We took up this keyword in the MSP Green because the environmental and climate crisis the EGD aims to tackle really urge for immediate actions in all sectors. And we think that to such an urgency, we can contribute, respond exploiting the opportunity for MSP plans to become promoters of EGD goals in the marine domain. And the European Commission communication from 2021 on sustainable blue economy in the EU has provided already some good basis to start unfolding what we called in our project the EGD MSP Nexus. The third keyword is ambition, because yes, we have been a bit ambitious in our project. We have worked aligning plans to the goals of EGD, and we didn't want to focus only on one or two sectors, but we have tried to develop a framework based on cross-cutting approach to the different EGD topics which are relevant for marine environment and for the sustainable transition of blue economy as a whole. To try to achieve all of this, we rely very much on diversity. With 10 very good and motivated partners, 2 associated partners that work out to be partners in reality, 7 European countries, Latvia, Finland, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, and Bulgaria. We engage all the 5 European sea basins. Differences in geography, ecological differences, socioeconomic difference, different cultural conditions and situations, but also different governance systems, different scope and mandate for MSP, different stages in MSP cycle. So a lot of very rich diversity, and considering all this diversity, we based our project approach on co-construction and mutual learning. With all such difficulties and challenges, we adopted a sort of pragmatic and modest approach. The time was limited, so we have tried to provide just one step forward in the complex process of aligning EGD with MSP and developing the EGD potential of MSP plans. Our activities have been organized into 3 main blocks. Firstly, we have assessed whether and how the MSP plans of our partner countries considered already the EGD objectives. In a second block of activities, we have identified and exchanged valuable practices for incorporation of EGD elements in MSP plans, and also identifies some initial new action to fill some of the gaps. And finally, you know well, we have prepared some recommendations on how to use MSP in fostering the achievement of EGD goals. In doing so, we have been reflecting all together on the challenges encountered when including EGD in MSP. We did our very best to be concrete and to provide you all with concrete results. We have synthesized the results from plan assessment in short documents, policy brief, infographics. Deliverables are also available for detail. We have summarized a number of good practice in fact sheets that are now available and collected in a catalog. And we have prepared recommendations targeting institutions, organizations, and experts working in MSP at EU, national, sea basin, and regional level. The last word I'm going to mention is community, because we have put a lot of effort in reaching out planners, stakeholders, and decision makers across the EU. With an ambition communication plan that included also the preparation of a compendium on how to communicate the maritime dimension of the European Green Deal and other communication, very effective communication actions. We also did our best to engage in dialogue with a number of ongoing projects, but also capitalizing on previous ones and contributing to the preparation of next ones. We participated in numerous conferences, workshops, local events, meetings, symposia, ocean literacy, and we were discussing and reflecting with colleagues and friends in any occasion. So I can conclude saying that as a partnership, we have been very enthusiastic ambassadors of the European Green Deal ambition in MSP context and beyond, and I really hope you will enjoy the journey across our results this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. And now is the time of REGINA-MSP, of course. So I kindly ask Fanny Schell, who is environmental economist and project manager, of course, at CERMA. It wasn't easy because she had to take the project that was already ongoing. Celine, hello. And but I think she did a marvelous job. So I'll leave it to her to present it.
Thank you very much, Volko, for this nice introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today. I'm going to present you briefly the REGINA-MSP project, which stands for Regions to Boost National Maritime Spatial Planning. So REGINA-MSP is a 2-year project which was coordinated by CERMA. It was co-funded by the European Maritime Fisheries and Agriculture Fund, and it gathered 12 project partners across Europe. So the objective of the project was to greater integrate the regional and sub-regional needs, but also perspectives and stakeholders into the development and implementation of national MSP. As Olivier said, regions are key players in implementing maritime and coastal strategies, but yet there is still a need to greater involve them in the process. So to achieve this objective, the methodology of the project was based on a two-level approach. So first, a quite general analysis of MSP implementation at regional and national levels, at the scale of the European Union, quite generally. And then we went we dived more in depth with an in-depth analysis in 8 case study regions across 5 European countries with very diverse MSP context. So these case studies were Mayo County in Ireland, Pays de la Loire and Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur in France, Sardinia in Italy, Galicia and Murcia in Spain, and Central Macedonia region and Crete in Greece. So as part of the project, a lot of different activities were carried out. So first, there was this general analysis of existing policies and plans at both the European level and made by CPMR more generally, and also at the scale of the 8 case study regions to really better understand the state of MSP implementation and also the role of regional stakeholders in MSP. In parallel, there was also this analysis of the existing data on geoportals, which can be used and useful for regional stakeholders. So what data is available, but also what is the data we need, and how data could be better shared and accessible to a lot of different users. Also, there was this compendium of successful regional experiences, which is a summary of examples of experiences of regions on how they really achieved to better engage in MSP. And also there were a lot of participatory workshops that were conducted with various types of stakeholders depending on the topic of the workshops. So there were some workshops on really trying to define and identify the regional needs for MSP, and also to identify the key actions, priority actions that should be undertaken to enhance this regional integration. There were also some very nice workshops on the topic of communities of practice, and so which were about what should be a community of practice for MSP, and how to implement these initiatives, etc. And also a lot of training sessions in the different case study regions that engage a lot of different stakeholders depending on the different context of the different countries. And these were so very different format of training sessions, but at the end, we had really positive feedbacks about these training sessions to be maybe replicated in other places. And all these activities are also detailed, and these outcomes are also detailed in the project deliverables, which are available on the REGINA-MSP website. So I really invite you to go to the website if you'd like to discover more about it. And so, as Olivier said, there are these deliverables and also these policy recommendations from the project, but also some recommendations from the CPMR, which are called policy papers, which is standalone deliverables that is or will be soon available on the project website also. And in order to really synthesize our results, we also made some what we called communication briefs, which are really 8 pages leaflets that really summarize the outcomes of the project. And some communication briefs are really topic-oriented, like on communities of practice, training, ocean literacy, data, etc. And some other are more summarizing the policy recommendations at different levels, so at the European level, but also at the national level and the regional level, because of course, as Olivier just recalled previously, there are very diverse and contexts according to the different countries and regions. And these policy recommendations focus on different aspects. So legal aspects, mainly linked to the MSP directive, and also the importance of having a multi-level governance approach in MSP. So these aspects will be further discussed tomorrow during panel 1, during REGINA-MSP session on the morning. And also the importance of having adequate resources, capacity and skills to develop and implement actions. And these aspects will be discussed tomorrow during panel 2. And then the importance of having adequate data and information that is accessible to practitioners and decision makers. And so it will be discussed during panel 3 tomorrow morning. I think that's it. So thank you very much. And I wish you a very great afternoon and conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fanny. So now this ends this joint moment, introductory moment. So I thank you all the panelists, and I ask them please to leave the stage, because now we need to prepare for the first session, where we will go into detail in the MSP green structure, because of course tomorrow, as Fanny recalled, is going to be about Regina, but now we will dwell a little bit into MSP Green. So the first session, of course, is strengthening the role of MSP in implementing European Green Deal objectives. Yes, thank you. And so I kindly ask Vesa Harki, project planner and Regional Council of Southern Finland, who, of course, here it is. Cristina Cervera Núñez, head of Maritime Spatial Planning Department at the Spanish Institute of Oceanography from IO CSIC. And Emiliano Ramieri, research manager and senior expert on coastal and marine policy and planning at the Italian National Research Council to join us. It's going to be, well, three presentations, but please, I'll ask directly Vesa to come to the podium. Is that right? And offer us an insight about the first steps of the work performed in MSP Green. This one.
That one.
Push hard.
Yeah. All right. Good afternoon from my side as well. Thank you, Folko. Yeah, my name is Vesa Arki, and I'll be, as part of the Green team, now going through the first phase of the project, where we assessed whether and how the MS plans have considered the EGD objectives. And the idea here is to identify which are the major gaps, the challenges encountered, and the trade-offs accepted in mainstreaming the EGD into MSP. And well, in practice, of course, we need to analyze some MSP plans to get some idea of where we are now, so we can start to think, what do we need to do next? I will be going through things quite quickly, so please see the poster downstairs for more detailed information, and also the upcoming parallel sessions will let you get familiar with many of the topics or the topics of your group in the session. So we need to start by defining what does it actually mean that we are looking at the EGD from an MSP perspective, and this is why we needed to identify and analyze the EGD-related policy documents which were relevant for maritime spatial planning. And out of these documents, we collected a nomenclature, which is a fancy word for a classification. But there are quite a bit of different policies to look at, and from there, we were able to identify 6 key topics: climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, sustainable seafood production, biodiversity and ecosystem protection and restoration, blue circular economy, and zero pollution. And the classification includes these topics and then more detailed subtopics and even more detailed elements into each one of them. As you already heard yesterday, many of these topics are no strangers to maritime spatial planning. But I think as a kind of a novel approach of this project, we also looked at the fair and just transition, you know, the leave no one and leave no place behind principle of the European Green Deal. This is an example of climate change mitigation of the nomenclature. So there are 4 subtopics here: renewable energy production, storage and transportation, clean energy in transitions in maritime sectors, in ports, and then blue carbon sinks. So there's a lot of things going on within each of the topics. And what we actually did, the methodology, we used this classification to go through the MSP plans of the 7 partner countries. And we created these thematic fact sheets, which made sure that we all used the same approach, so we would get as comparable results as possible. And what we really focused on was the visions, the objectives, and the measures of the plan. How do they consider the different EGD themes? And especially for the fair and just transition, we needed some extra information because that's not visible in the plan so much, but is in the planning process. And depending whether the organization involved in the project was the responsible authority for creating the plan, there might be a need to gain some extra information. But of course, we know that the MSP plans and the MSP processes are very different between countries, so we need to share ideas and we need to have a collaboration between the partners. And we had the lovely opportunity this morning to visit the archipelago of Marseille, and our project partners had the lovely opportunity to visit the archipelago of Turku, a very special site which I'll welcome you to visit. But during this very productive and nice workshop, we were focusing on the country-level results and then comparing them to identify the cross-cutting themes and common challenges in the integration of EGD into MSP. And the results were reported, of course, as country chapters and these cross-cutting chapters with some universal findings. And as Martina already presented with some communication here is key, so policy briefs, summaries in different languages, these are the ways to get the message to the stakeholders and to the decision makers. So here are a few selected takeaways from the different EGD themes. You also have in your lab the recommendations, which our colleague Emiliano will be talking about more, but within these recommendations there are short summaries of each of these themes or the results that we get from the analysis of the MSP plans. So climate change mitigation, yes, almost all the plans address this topic, and the focus is a lot on offshore wind energy. Climate change adaptation, yes, there are some provisions included, but the wider perspective is maybe still missing. Sustainable seafood production, yes, there are many provisions, especially related to fish and shellfish farming and fishing, but more rarely on the seaweed production, which is the future production methods at sea. Biodiversity and ecosystem protection and restoration are key topics within each MSP plan, but very often do they have the right to make or the right to define new protected areas, so their role is a bit different. And if I would say also the focus until now has been on protection, not so much on restoration. Circular pool economy, this very much varies based on the national scope of the plans. So some plans have some issues related to this, but not all. Zero pollution, same thing. There are a little something, but not so many things, mainly considering the pollution drivers and pressures in a very sector-specific manner. Now, this fair and just transition is quite of a new thing, and the focus is mostly on stakeholder engagement and the fair and just distribution of benefits and costs. And all the plans, in our opinion, had put a lot of effort into trying to make the MSP process as fair and just as possible. So, as we know, the big three, nature, food, and energy, were emphasized within the climate change adaptation or mitigation, sustainable seafood production, and the biodiversity production. But the other topics, not so much. So circular economy, zero pollution, they need some rethinking of what is the role of MSP and what could be done in that field, and the recommendations give some good ideas on that. And then climate change adaptation is one of the buzzwords of this event, and a lot will be done in the future. Fair and just transition is a key topic which we need to consider, and although a lot of work has been done, still more is needed. But the main message maybe here is that the countries are different, and there is no one solution which will fit all. So as a part of this project, we started to identify challenges in integrating the EGD in MSP, but I will not go through them here, but I will leave them to Christina to go through them in more detail in the next phase of presentations. And just to end up, this work really confirms that MSP has the potential to be an enabler of the maritime components of the EGD, especially due to its cross-sectoral approach, bringing the different sectors together. This first phase really showed that this framework works, and it provides a good basis, foundations for the next steps, taking on the valuable practices, new actions, and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vesa. Thank you for this nice state of the art of MSP plans. But now let's go a bit beyond plans, and Christina will provide us with a little bit of this. Please.
Thank you very much, Folko. So now that Vesa already explained us what we already have, we ask ourselves, what can we do more to strengthen this, right? So we actually said, okay, let's try to identify some valuable practices, share about them, and see what can we capitalize from them. So these valuable practices are actions that MSP plans are already doing, are already conducting towards the European Green Deal. And then we also think, okay, let's design new actions to actually address these gaps that the analysis identified in the MSP plans. First, valuable practices. So we took the plans and we we searched for these examples that could serve as an inspiration for others. We call it valuable practices and not good practices because we also identify some, let's say, unsuccessful stories from which we could learn from. Then we also had a workshop to share on the valuable practices and to identify commonalities, differences, potentiality for transferability, challenges, and pending issues. I won't go into the detail because you will hear more in the parallel sessions, but just an overview of the valuable practices. For climate change mitigation, we had like four of them from different countries. All of them are related to offshore wind farms development, normally spatial zoning and reduction of ecological impacts. For climate change adaptation, we have a couple of different approaches. So for actually marine green infrastructure, but also regarding zoning of sand deposits. For sustainable seafood production, we have 4, again, valuable practices regarding aquaculture and multi-use. Then biodiversity protection, we had 3 examples, and that they all highlighted the role of MSP in achieving the 30 by 30 commitment. And they also highlight the complementarity that these actions had with climate change mitigation and sustainable seafood production. But then, for zero pollution, we only have 1 valuable practices. This has been already highlighted by Vesa. These are topics that MSP don't address so much. These valuable practices follows a diagnostic approach, so the plan and knowledge and incorporate the issue, providing recommendations. And then for circular economy, we didn't have any valuable practice, although that some plans include measures, but still MSP lacks some competencies regulating sectors for that. Then, when it comes to new actions, these actions, as I already said, they target essential gaps identified, but they also provide some solution for some of the aspects of the identified challenges. The nature of these actions varies. There are some actions that are directly implemented by competent authorities. Others, they are just design of what could be done to actually support the plans in the EGD objectives. And there are some in between that start addressing present needs and are actually validated by the competent authorities. We also share all of this in a workshop, and we discuss a lot about challenges that I will explain you later more about this. These are the challenges identified that I think Vesa already shared this slide, but I would like to go in more detail with that. So first, of course, spatial competition was already there, but then we have EGD-driven developments that we need to take into account in an already limited available space. Then we have a lack of a specific EGD-related marine and maritime data. Difficulties to project in the future in line with the European Green Deal. Then we have to also consider the geographic and legal scope and mandate of MSP, because this will influence the ability to have an impact on the EGD objectives. There is also a lack of cooperation between relevant authorities and contrasting objectives when dealing with the European Green Deal. We have to consider the MSP process limitations that itself has, like, for instance, lack of resources, time, or participation. We still need to ensure fairness and comprehensive stakeholder engagement. And of course, we cannot forget about lands interactions, that it was already important, but the EGD also calls for more action on that. First, well, you will have these beautiful infographics in the poster session, so don't try to read it now. To actually try to address these challenges, we analyze the new actions that we develop. For instance, we need a holistic approach to spatial needs, compatibility of uses and land-sea interaction. For that, trade-off analysis may help. Of course, multi-use is presenting itself as a solution, but it needs further development to be actually operational. EGD requires a really integrated land-sea perspective, and cross-sector collaboration is essential. Data. We have been also yesterday talking about data, but for the European Green Deal implementation, we need specific cross-sectoral knowledge. We also should be sure that we are gathering this knowledge from different sources, including stakeholders, but also considering the scale. So it's not enough with having the information at the national scale. We should also consider regional and local scales. For what? To actually develop more detailed projections, analysis in climate change, cumulative impacts, social and economic aspects, etc. Then, MSP is future-oriented, right? And when you try to project, there are always uncertainties. There will be always things that we don't know for sure, and that's fine. The point is, we need to acknowledge it. We need to acknowledge it, we need to share it, we need to clearly communicate these uncertainties to the stakeholders, and we need to discuss them with them. That means that, of course, we will be using quantitative tools to make our modeling, our projections, but it should be, it's better if we combine those quantitative tools with qualitative ones, so sometimes stakeholders can fill in these gaps that scientific knowledge cannot. New actions. This one I like because, it's kind of obvious. MSP is a transversal approach to planning in the marine realm, but the point is, reading that, we are expecting MSP to address sectorial policies with objectives that are many times contradictory. Sometimes MSP doesn't have the power to do that. It doesn't have powers over sectoral policies. What it can actually do is to allow for exchanges between these policies. But for that, we need MSP to be visible as an enabler of the Maritime European Green Deal. And we need that MSP solutions goes outside, they're spread outside the MSP cycles. You have also 2 new actions for that. And then talking about contrasting policies and their need for reconciliation, here what MSP can do is to be kind of a scanner of what are these policy objectives, policy objectives conflicts, and try to provide case-by-case solutions in the implementation phase. Also, it can propose some adaptations and updating of some policies. And for sure, last but not least, this is equity and fairness in stakeholder engagement is always a challenge, but with the European Green Deal promoting more developments is even more pressured. So we need, the role of MSP here is to balance power, to actually rethink who are the relevant stakeholders and who are the ones that are most impacted, not only at the level of the sector, but also at the geographical scale, which are the areas that will be more impacted and which are the areas that will benefit more. And I'm finishing. Main takeaways. Valuable practices and new actions actually reinforce what we already said, that the potential of MSP particularly in climate change mitigation, sustainable seafood production, and biodiversity protection and restoration, but its success depends on adaptability, collaboration, and continuous monitoring. Many new actions and valuable practices can be adapted to use in another country, but of course, and this actually, this collective work reinforces the value of exchanges, mutual learning, transferability, and capitalization. And I leave you now for the presentation of the final recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you, Cristina. So please, Emiliano, because of course, a lot of studies, a lot of efforts, but then the need to capitalize them and to, well, to share them, to communicate them. And, well, recommendation, please, Emiliano.
Good afternoon, all. And thank you to Cristina and Vesa, which brilliantly illustrated the result of our package 2 and 3, which we used to develop the recommendations, which are funded, of course, on our package 2 and 3 results. To do what? To make the MSP plans more and more and enablers of the maritime and marine components of the European Green Deal. We launched a process which we call a co-creation process through a cascade of actions and events that look at co-creation of recommendation, both engaging the partners, so an internal process, but also engaging the community as wide as possible, which is beyond the project partnership. Because, I mean, we are aware that our analysis in previous work package was quite diverse. We considered diverse maritime spatial plans, but limited to a number of experiences. So what we did externally, we organized a three focus groups, and we organized a couple of meetings for focus groups, which helped us in drafting the recommendations. And then we discussed again the recommendation at the EU level, in a EU level workshop, which was held in Svenborg back to European Maritime Day. And several of the people here in this room were part of either or both the events. And again, a big thank goes to people who contributed to developing the recommendations. You see that between these two major events, the focus group meetings and the workshop, the work done by the partnership, either in the form of physical workshop or in the drafting of the recommendation and commenting the recommendations, that then come into a finalization and their dissemination into 4 sea basin workshop, because we combined 2 sea basin in one workshop for the Atlantic Ocean and the North Sea. There was again a very good moment where we could discuss with the sea basin stakeholders what are the priorities for the sea basin in terms of recommendations element we focused on in the recommendation, and what are the peculiarities. And here we are today to discuss with you this recommendation, and again, to learn a bit from your perspective in a way that can be implemented in the future, because we really want the instrument to be something implementable through the next cycles of the MSP planning process. So in the focus group, we invited about 17 experts from different organizations at the EU level. Of course, representatives from the Commission, EU-level association and organization representing different maritime sectors, NGOs, university, research institutions, and even other projects. Let me mention EMSP, which is a project we need to really thank for a great work they did in topics which are pretty similar to the ones we have been addressing, and it was very good and a fertile collaboration with them. In this focus group, we of course discuss what are the recommendations, the structure of the recommendation, the expected number of recommendations, and we gather a number of input to draft the recommendations. And I must say again, was a really co-creation process. And also we discussed the way we would like to shape the EU-level workshop we held after in May, where again we asked people present there whether the recommendation we pre-identified, we drafted were all relevant or not, if there was something to be taken out of the desk, if there was something missing, there is always something missing, of course, and we focus very much on who is responsible, who could be responsible for implementing the recommendation when, in terms of urgency and readiness, and how, examples of how this recommendation can be concretely put forward. I mentioned also the Sebastian workshop already, where we discussed priorities and specificities. Good to know that we are elaborating from those Sebastian workshop policy briefs, one for each of the workshop, which will reflect the understanding of specific elements emerging from the Sebastian in terms of recommendations and their implementation. The target users of recommendation have been already mentioned by Martina. Just to recall, there are 4 levels of target users. The EU level, targeting the process of MSP design and implementation at the EU, so the organization and the actors that at EU level are embarked in this journey. And the same applies to the national, Sebastian, and subnational level. And the last, of course, provide another link to Regina when we look at the regions in terms of some of the users of these recommendations. You will hear much more about the recommendations in the parallel session. Just to say that, apart from the topic-based recommendations that we are going to discuss in the parallel session, we also develop cross-cutting recommendations. There are several elements which are cross-cutting the 7 topics colleagues were reflecting before. Those will not be approached in the parallel session because of matter of time, but there are about 25, and you see they are addressing the 4 elements here represented: process and approach, multi-use data and tools, and governance policy integration related to the way of reinforcing the role of MSP in supporting European Green Deal objectives. Just to give you a snapshot examples of what a couple of cross-cutting recommendations, there is one which is pointing very clearly to the need of planners to define clearly what kind of objectives they want to integrate into MSP plans which are contributing to the European Green Deal targets. And a second one which recall, I would say, or highlight the need to strive to achieve functional coherence for European Green Deal objectives through maritime spatial planning at the sea basin level. So you will find about 25 cross-cutting recommendations in the booklet you have received at the registration desk. And of course, then we have the 6 topics, topic-based recommendations dealing with climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, biodiversity, and ecosystem conservation and restoration, zero pollution, blue circular economy that we are going to discuss later on, plus a 7th cross-cutting group of recommendations, the one on fair just transition, which again are out of the discussion in the sessions. How those recommendations look like? For all the topic-based ones, but not for the cross-cutting ones, there is a very short introduction about the way the topic is reflected in the MSP plans. So the MSP Green Assessment in a nutshell, that's the unique element which differentiates the way we present the recommendation from cross-cutting ones to topic-based ones. And for all the recommendation, we have an overarching recommendation that introduces the topic or the cross-cutting element with a common, overarching in a recommendation which is building a sort of umbrella to the others. And then we have the specific ones. The specific ones are focusing on, of course, specific aspects, and for each of them we have identified target users, and also a time frame in terms of urgency. That's the first number you see here. In this case is between 1 and 3 years. We are pointing to the very short term in terms of urgency for this recommendation of on a blue circular economy. And while the second one express our understanding of timing for readiness of the instruments that are needed to implement this recommendation. I'm stopping here because you will hear about recommendation shortly after this session and in the parallel session, and Martina will reflect on the way we are going to.
Indeed. Thank you, Emiliano. Yes, you will have more time to discuss and interact during the parallel session, but is there any really burning question? Like one really question that cannot wait the parallel session? No? Very well. Then please, Martina, explain a little bit, help me explaining a little bit how the parallel session will work.
Yes, can I use
Please. No. That's okay.
Okay, yes. I wanted just to add the list of the parallel sessions. I think you are all aware that now we are working in parallel and working all together. So this parallel will be also interactive sessions. I think you already got a ticket for participation into each of the sessions. There will be 3 sessions. The first one will take place here, and it will be about the topic of climate change adaptation and biodiversity in ecosystem protection and restoration. So I welcome everybody with this ticket or everybody interested in joining this session to stay in this room, and once the seats will be free, please to move ahead and try to build a smaller group for easier interaction. Then a group will discuss about climate change mitigation and zero pollution. This discussion will take place at the end of this corridor on the left side in Salle Mucem. Emiliano Ramieri and Cristina Cervera Nunez will animate the group, and also Annette, and also guide you there. And then, third but not least, the group discussing on sustainable seafood production and circular economy will move to Salle Notre Dame, which is again at the end of this corridor, but on the right. The journey is a bit longer, but there are a few arrows, and you will be guided there by Kira Ghi and Daniele Bricolin and Sofia Bosi. So please bring all your stuff with you. You will need to have this booklet to discuss recommendations. Bring your mobile phone. And very final statement, I have to tell you that we are aware that unfortunately, unluckily, MSP Green website is down today, this afternoon, because the Murphy Law always wins on our best efforts. So apologies for this, and our director is really trying his best from here to solve this issue. And so bring the paper copy of this. Enjoy the parallel session. See you later.
So the website is down.
Yeah. That's life. Good job.
You're very welcome. Fanny? Ma non può la Fanny Charles mettersi qua a parlare in mezzo. Ok, allora adesso.
Secondo me riusciamo a rimanere per le 4:20, Marti.
Mi fate voi un po' i tempi. Con Folco mi ha detto di restringere un attimino, però io non sono brava a tenere i tempi.
4:20.
Please have a seat, and the ones who have to move to another room, please do it now. Thank you. Come in front. I take the opportunity to ask Rosanna on the back. Okay, thank you. Okay, great. Welcome once again. And thank you for accepting this a bit of dynamic and chaos too. We are now waiting our presentation to be ready because we will tell you a bit more in the very beginning of this session about some background details and some results, and then we will discuss together and we'll listen to your comments, and of course we will welcome all your questions. Okay, I see the presentation is on screen now. So welcome to this parallel session. As anticipated already, we will be digging a bit more on some details about our results on two key and very important and preeminent EGD topics, biodiversity and ecosystem protection and restoration, and climate change adaptation. And it's very clear that these two topics should have been presented and discussed together because interlinkages are so many. Common issues are very many, but also opportunities for common solutions, for joint solutions are many. Okay, let's try. Yeah, this is again, more than before, an interactive section, and we will profit on Slido, but since we are a smaller number, we will welcome also your direct intervention from the floor. Let's use the Slido to collect a bit the questions and the comments. You're welcome to enter it now, and please choose the right room. So this is CCA and biodiversity. So you will be providing questions and comments, and also then voting on polls for this specific session. Otherwise, you will be participating online to another session. I'm not sure everything is working online, and if anybody is online on the streaming session, this is an interactive session also for them, so they will be able to join us on Slido. Yes. Okay. How are we working now? So 3 steps for this afternoon session. So first of all, we will provide you with some more background. So there will be around 15 to 20 minutes of our presentation, again by Vesa and myself, with some more detailed results dealing with these 2 specific topics. What is at stake in MSP plans regarding these topics, WP2 MSP green results, some examples of valuable practices and new actions that we worked on in our countries. And then we will read through the recommendations just to be sure that we are all on the same page. There will be then question and answer slot, and you're welcome to pose your questions during the presentation. And then we will engage with you in a prioritization exercise. So regarding these 2 topics, there are some recommendations in this booklet, and you will be invited to select 2 of them per topic. The 2 of them that you really think are the most relevant one, the most urgent one, or even the most ready to be implemented. The criteria for selection is up to you, so it's nice to be also diverse on this approach. With these 2 couples of recommendations, 4 in total, we will engage in the step 3 discussion. And discussion will be really asking you if you can identify, suggest, point out any elements for implementation, any actions, any practical initiative that should be addressed to implement these recommendations. We know very well how much challenging is implementation. It is easy to recommend to do things, but it's very, very difficult for all of us to really put them in place in our countries, in our regions, in our sea basins. Yes, and of course, if you have examples already from your experience of this implementation of something similar, it will be very nice for you if you could share it. And we will close with a word cloud, which we will announce better later. Yeah, I go ahead, but since it's a small group, yes, definitely. Yes, please try to log in. I took the opportunity to do it myself because I was not doing, so always better to be on the same page with you. Great, thank you. Luisa, thank you. Yeah, the right room, okay. Okay, I am with you. Okay, let's move to some short presentation. Together with Vesa and myself here seated at the table. There is also Fabio Caralla, UAV University, Laura Pietila from Finland, the Council of Southeastern Finland, and Rosanna Di Donna, managing Slido on the back from UAV University. Thank you, all of them. Okay. Some results about the analysis of the plans. Vesa already introduced you to them. Just a few more details and some time for you to reflect and to really take them up. So we start with climate change adaptation. Regarding this topic, this is not tackled in the MSP plans of our 7 countries that we have analyzed as an overall priority. This doesn't mean that it's not mentioned, but the plans do consider some specific climate-related risk. There is quite a lot on coastal erosion and flooding, which is good, of course, also in terms of land-sea interaction, but the plans do not take a more comprehensive and integrated approach to this topic. Again, regarding some sectors, some of the plans include some sector-specific provisions or measures, like, for example, adaptation of the fisheries sectors to the climate change, or the need for additional measures to improve coastal protection. But these are not explicitly integrated in a wider adaptation strategy under MSP. Regarding biodiversity and ecosystem protection and restoration. All plans do consider this topic as a cross-cutting and moreover, more importantly, as overarching objectives. Generally, the plans do not include any designation of new MPAs or their enlargement. So this is something very important to be taken into consideration. Some of the plans develop zoning and some of them include some biodiversity-oriented zoning measures, like prioritization of areas with priority for biodiversity conservation. There are a few provisions on other effective conservation measures and a few mentions to marine connectivity. These are not common topics in the MSP plan so far, at least in the countries we have considered. And restoration of marine ecosystem is definitively lacking in the plans we assessed. I think we will now dig a bit on WP3 results.
Thank you, Martina. So I will tell you a little bit about 4 valuable practices and new actions together on these 2 themes that we are discussing in this group. So first, climate change adaptation once again. And here we have 2 one of our valuable practices and one of our new actions from Italy and Finland. So the valuable practice from Italy focus on sand deposits and identifying the planning units for them, or establishing planning units for sand deposits to improve their management, including the potential spatial conflicts with other maritime activities. So how is this related to climate change adaptation? Well, in Italy, underwater sand is a key strategic resource to counteract coastal erosion and sea level rise, which are both amplified by climate change through more storming and the intensity of the storms. So the sand is needed for beach nourishment and for other nature-based solutions. So in addition to establishing these planning units, the valuable practice brings out that the MSP plans of Italy promote research activities to identify new sand deposits as well, and active management measures in the area. So what they bring out, or what is the lesson learned here, is that they provide, or this valuable practice provides a scientific technical approach to the identification of these prioritized sand deposits, the minimization of the spatial conflicts, and the definition of measures related to their management. One example of which is the setting up working groups to improve the regulation and authorization related to these sand deposits and their use. And then the other example, the new action on Finland, which I've been personally very much involved in during the last year. What we have done is that we worked with the Finnish Environment Institute, who provided models of climate change to the end of this century, and we took those models to the planning tables together with the fishers in six workshops in 6 different parts of Finland, where we engaged them to discuss what are the future potential impacts and adaptation needs of the sector based on this information, but also based on the other things that they see were relevant. So the engagement of the local actors, of course, brought out issues that are relevant for the local fishers working in the environment, but also we had a national workshop which brought out things relevant for the whole sector at the same time. And the important thing is here that as we are the representative of the MSP planning, we were able to integrate this plan or this information into the MSP process to guide the development of the next MSP plan. So what this new action shows in our view is a flow of how we can take modeling results, give them meaning to expert evaluation, and then take them to the stakeholders, and then finally within to the planning process. And we're not discussing fair and just transition, but I think this example is a prime way of bringing fair and just transition also into the MSP by providing a voice to the fishers who in Finland are facing multiple challenges. Then to biodiversity protection. As noted, these are both related to biodiversity protection and not so much to the restoration, which is the other part of this theme. The first example is from the Spanish MSP plan, where they identify priority use areas and high potential areas. And these priority use areas are the areas that are already protected, and the high potential areas are the areas with high biodiversity values that could be protected in the future. And of course, here the 30 by 30 target is the important context to look at things. So what this valuable practice shows is a set of criteria for identifying these, well, of course, the priority use areas, but also the high potential areas. And what I found very interesting in this example is the way that how these priority use areas are, or how the plan shows how these priority use areas need to be analyzed when they are in some kind of overlap or potential conflict with other high potential areas of, for example, offshore wind energy production or seaweed or fish cultivation. And additionally, as does the Latvian new action, they also highlight the big importance of projects and other data gathering means on biodiversity protection. So if you don't have data on biodiversity, you cannot say which areas you should protect. So the new action from Latvia, it's setting the course towards the 30% biodiversity strategy target. So in the new or in the existing MSP plan of Latvia, there are the existing MPA areas or nature protected areas, but then there are also these nature investigation zones. And even these two areas together are not sufficient to reach the 30 by 30 target. So what this new action then does, it sets steps towards reaching the target based on the results of this Life Reef project, which is focused on, if you look at the map, the blue areas on the map, which are then making these nature investigation zones bigger. So the areas with the green dots, those are the nature investigation areas, so investigating bigger areas. And the overall aim is here to improve the coordination, nature management and planning, so we can get some ideas and lessons learned on how this process is going in Latvia and what could we learn from it, as of course making these areas bigger will cause conflict with other sea uses. And that's from New Actions and Valuable Practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Vesa. Back to me, and it will be just reading a bit together with you. I see you are already active with your leaflet here with the recommendations. So, as Emiliano Ramieri already pointed out, we structure our recommendations in 2 sections. For each one, there is an overarching recommendation. This is a place where we put together a number of high-level concepts that we wanted to make clear, setting the scene, before going into some details, which are the recommendations. Okay, yes, good. Yeah, the detailed recommendations. Okay, for climate change adaptation, first of all, we recommend that this topic should be among the priority of any MSP process, and we can discuss this in a minute. I've seen already a question about this. Direct adaptation measures such as anticipatory planning, reallocation of marine uses, adaptation of coastal and marine infrastructures, and should be considered within the MSP plans, on top of other measures that indirectly target climate change adaptation, such as those targeting biodiversity protection. And then, there is a recommendation. We do consider that all maritime sectors and marine uses should have their own pathways to adaptation, and MSP should somehow facilitate this process. There is a lot of linkages. There are a lot of linkages between climate change adaptation and fair and just transition, of course, not only on coast, but also on sea. And this should be taken into consideration in MSP too. And then, from our point of view, climate proofing of plans should require mutual alignment between MSP plans and national and eventually available subnational adaptation strategies and plans. We will discuss this point, of course. I'm mentioning now very rapidly, you have on the booklet the 5 recommendations for this topic. Adopt a more strategic and forward-looking approach. So 10 years is not enough for projections on climate change adaptation. We need MSP cycle to go to MSP processes to look more forward. MSP should address climate change adaptation in alignment with other EGD objectives and related policy and strategies. There was a strong call for policy coherence and cross-linkages during the preparation process of the recommendations. Then there are 2 recommendations regarding data and knowledge. The first one regards marine ecosystems and the second one maritime sectors. And both are targeting the need to understand pressures and impacts of climate change on both marine ecosystems and maritime sectors. Data and knowledge are key. And then we do believe that the availability of a catalog of regionally and locally specific climate change adaptation solutions should be developed, exchanged, and addressed across the EU. I come now to the topic of biodiversity. The overarching recommendation has several important elements. The first one is the close linkage with the good environmental status. MSP should definitively support more and more achieving and maintaining gas in EU marine waters, and also foster actions for marine restorations. MSP should reinforce its role as facilitator and driver for biodiversity conservation measures, including zoning and spatial conservation measures, in coherence with the national processes. So we need to cross-link much and much more the designation of new marine protected areas, their enlargement, the designation of other area-based conservation measures, and MSP process. The third point is that MSP should contribute in keeping environmental pressures within the ecosystem capacity limit. This is a very tricky point, scientifically, I know, but we wanted to take this into consideration. And MSP can contribute to enhance regional cooperation on biodiversity conservation. Okay, 6 core specific recommendations. Stronger role in supporting identification of new protected areas. Provide coherence between the management measures for protected areas and what is happening outside the protected areas. So manage the areas and the zones in not only in the vicinity, but in a wider areas to ensure that the spatial protection measures can really be implemented in a satisfactory way. Provide its contribution to the establishment of a coherent network of protected areas, including the land sea interface. Take into consideration the objectives of the EU natural restoration targets, also through the concept of marine green infrastructure. And here there is the number 5 is about the taking into greater consideration the effects of climate change on conservation and restoration actions. We tried to build linkages between the different topics in terms of recommendations. Last but definitely not least, it's key to increase the availability, the accessibility to planners and stakeholders, and the usability of marine environmental data. We know a lot, but there are many, many gaps. You all know better than me. Benthic habitats, key species, ecosystem services are very patchily known across our European seas. This is really something that MSP should help to promote and gather. I think with that, we close this overview. I know it was a bit maybe long or boring, but we wanted to be on the same page with you. And it's now time for question and answers, and I think we can try to go to Slido and see what is your questions there, and try to engage in a debate. Yeah, I would try, break the ice with Slido, and then what do you think? Yeah, maybe? Yes. Okay. I would start breaking ice with the first question, which appears here, and then, yes, you are very welcome to raise your hands. We are a limited number, so let's engage directly. Yeah, should adaptation strategies sit under MSP? With impacts fed at coast, shouldn't MSP feed into national adaptation strategies that can include land and coast? We have been discussing quite a lot on this topic, and the recommendation is there because there was a sort of majority, if I can say the consensus, that yes, some climate change adaptation actions and measures should be addressed under MSP. First of all, because impacts of climate change do not only relate with the coastline, but also impact marine areas and marine uses. Let's think about aquaculture and increased storminess of many areas. This is really putting difficulties and challenges, big challenges on operators. And of course, the species shift in relation of fish species shift in relation to climate change is posing tremendous issues to fishers and to the fishing sectors. So, and in addition to that, we have to consider that LSI has been always in the course of the last years considered as a key topic for MSP, is not beside, is not complementary, so it should be really integrated. And if you want to integrate this element, you should also do it in the perspective of climate change. This is more or less my reflection, but I welcome anybody in the room and also my colleagues here to intervene on this topic. Are we out of scope, or do we agree that this? What are the different points of view on this? So, welcome. Yes, please. Yes, you will be given a microphone.
Thank you. I am Juan Ronco. I am a former commission official participating here as expert. I think in climate adaptation, there is a big role to be played by, for instance, sediments, carbon capture, natural carbon capture, seagrass, algae. So, I mean, planning for this is very important. We saw it here in the Calanque National Park, where you can, there are places where you cannot moor or put your anchor there. So just to preserve this zones is very important, and I think this is a key issue for climate adaptation, at least in the marine environment.
Thank you, Juan. Point very well taken, and this is really the best example of linkages between protection of biodiversity and ecosystem and protection of and adaptation to climate change. Thank you for pointing this out. Any other reactions to this point or others? Yes, please. I think it was yeah, Kemal before. Okay. Okay, sorry, Kemal. Ladies first, Kemal. Okay.
Just is in regards with what Haskell said regarding this, because in our case and in the identification of marine green infrastructure, in our case of Spain, is very crucial and is a key. And we have identified this kind of habitats, but in addition, another kind of elements like geological elements that can contribute to this. So this can contribute to climate change, but in addition can contribute to identify new biodiversity areas that could be included into the high potential areas that we have identified in our MSP plan. So it's significant.
Hi, thank you. And I just had a question, Martina. In your presentation, I think you referred to nature-based solutions as an indirect climate adaptation action, and I wasn't sure why you feel that, because I think, you know, looking after the carbon sinks helps reduce coastal erosion, buffer the coastline a bit. So just to reinforce that point, I don't see it as an indirect one, but I was curious why you did.
Thank you, Belinda. Thank you for pointing this out. While rereading all this massive amount of text, we also, and I personally agree with your point, we are also find out some imprecision from here to there. We were working a bit on topic-based, so we were thinking about protection of benthic habitats with marine protected areas or other tools under biodiversity. So we were a little bit thinking about this protection of seagrass meadows as a sort of indirect. I would just confirm that this is very effective and really recommendable solution. Yeah. If I can say that this should be put more in under a strategic and comprehensive approach, and not just a solution to be used here and there with a local approach, with just a local thinking or subnational thinking, but really using such kind of tools in a more comprehensive and strategic way. But thank you for pointing out this aspect. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Martina. It is Kemal Pınarbaşı from Helcom Secretariat. Hi to everyone. And thanks for this great work. And I want to highlight one point that you already mentioned, that we need data and we need climate change projections to be used in MSP processes. And I want to highlight that MPA Europe project works on this, and they have a great database coming. As I know, it's a R-Shiny platform. I think it's an online website that you can just click and see the species and several climate projections. And I really believe that we need more this kind of tools, because when I discussed this topic with marine spatial planners, one of the lacking point was this. They said that we don't know which projection we should use, where to protect, and when to protect. So in order to achieve all these recommendations that you listed, I think we really need this kind of data and projections. Thank you.
You might want to thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I might add that, of course, this kind of information, not only on nature, but also on the marine sectors and how will they be impacted. And of course, in this sense, it's very important to understand when the nature changes due to climate change, what are important things that impact that specific sector? Is it important that the water gets colder or warmer in this case, or the sea level rise, or what are the problems for the sector? So gaining expert knowledge. So this is just an addition, and maybe hopefully this service might take a look at this as well, and not only nature, but only the impacts on different sectors. Just an addition. There were some additional comments.
Sorry, I don't know who was first. you.
I think it was by the window. No, it's all right.
Hello, good afternoon. Giuseppe Sciacca, CPMR. Just to tell you that I share the vision that the Maritime Spatial Planning should feed into national adaptation strategies because, for instance, according to the last recommendation made by European Commission to member states are expected to assess the socio-economic impacts in specific sectors within their national adaptation plans. And they also identify the funds, national or European or regional also, maybe funds that are expected to be used to implement concrete measures. So if we come back to what you presented before regarding, for instance, the change of the temperature of the water, but we could also talk about the impact of invasive species, for instance, on the sector of fishing or aquaculture. This is a concrete example about how maritime spatial planning should influence the reflection of sectoral policies today and in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Thank you for providing this wider point of view, and very, very important indeed.
Yes, hello, my name is Christina Weidmann. I'm representing the EU-MSP platform, Baltic focal point, but I'm also a practitioner in maritime spatial planning in Latvia. And here comes actually my philosophic thoughts about the question, adaptation strategies sitting under MSP or not? Because in practice, we are exactly asking as a planners from researchers or from colleagues who are developing adaptation strategies, please provide us input. We are ready to take the knowledge and conclusions in our works, but we are not so strong in generating our own concepts on adaptation strategies. We can look really to coordinate activities, but not making basic strong knowledge, scenario building, impact assessments in that sense.
Yes, thank you. Very, very relevant and very important comment, very rooted to practice. I do understand completely what you mean. I don't think adaptation strategies should sit under MSP, definitively not, but should be strongly coordinated. So I do support completely your approach of engaging early in a dialogue, in a continuous dialogue with adaptation experts, at least for the coastal issues. Then there is the marine domain, which is another business, and we should really be prepared to provide projections and adaptation solutions also for the marine areas. But I'm really in line with your comment, and personally I do support your strategy. We should move forward. Okay, we have a silent but very precise rapporteur and timekeeper. I'm sure Fabio has also a lot to say, but today he has this duty. So sorry for leaving a lot of interesting questions out. We will move forward, but let me just take the opportunity that we are collecting all these questions. We are very much hoping, and I would say we are more than hoping, we are planning and getting organized to prepare a publication out of this conference. And all your inputs are very valuable, not only in general, but also practically to complement our achievements, which of course are never final, and we are just discussing openly them with you. So yes, let's move forward. And yeah, so Rosanna, may I go forward with the presentation? Yes. Vado avanti, Fabio? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we are now engaging you in a prioritization exercise. This means that we are going to read quickly through with our mobile phones these recommendations, only the specific ones. So we will forget in this moment for about the overarching ones, which you should keep very well in the background. However, and we are selecting 2 recommendations per topic that you think are more relevant, or at least you would like to discuss this afternoon. Please go.
And you can find the climate change adaptation recommendations on pages 18 and 19 if you haven't opened the booklet yet. And 24 and 25 for biodiversity when we get there in the next question.
Okay, fine. I think we have some minutes, and we are monitoring the results of the vote.
Nice that all the 5 recommendations are getting at least some votes, although you only see the 3 there, so it's a sign that they all are indeed quite relevant.
I rely on you, Rosanna, on the back to move forward. Okay, okay. So we can now vote for the biodiversity. Yes, we see just 2 options. Okay, this Slido has been a nightmare for us in the last weeks. While the number of participants into this conference was increasing, we were extremely eager and happy, but we had to change our foreseen engagement plan, which was around the table with the sticks and a nice interactive discussion to this IT. So in case we cannot solve, we will do it the old-fashioned. So we will score this, and then we will raise hands for the remaining recommendations. I welcome any other solution from the back, if any. Okay, so you are welcome to select any one or both these 2, and if you do prefer others, we will try to manage old style. What do you think, Vesa? We try to do it.
I think hands are useful, and they can be used here for good purposes.
Okay. 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 I would stop here with the voting, and I would say, okay, we see that this BC1 and BC2 have received some votes, and I would now maybe ask you, Rosanna, can you maybe say how many people? Okay. So okay. Technology helped us, so we are there. So. But we were ready with the old style approach. Okay, please enjoy the IT, and we will see the results. Okay, we are still missing 2. Ok. Ok, adesso come faccio? Dico quali sono le 2, le votiamo. Non sento Fabio. Okay, yes. Yes.
So take your time, a few minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the group designing the questions and not only doing practicalities, but really also the contents of this session. So we take a few moments more to go and vote, and I also try to give my preferences here. Okay, is anybody still struggling with Slido, and shall we wait, or are we done for the moment? I see somebody with a mobile phone in hand still. Okay. Okay. Can we close this poll? Is anybody still behind who wants to keep it open? Don't see.
Once again, we have all 6 recommendations with some votes.
Okay. Yes. Rosanna is now rapidly assessing the results of the votes, and she will project in a couple minutes the 4 recommendations. The next step of the exercise is really on you. Please help us and all the community to identify actions, opportunities, solutions for implementation of these recommendations at any governance and geographic level you feel more comfortable on. So keep in mind the differences and the different responsibilities, the different opportunities, and also provide your suggestions based on your core expert area. Of course, it would be research or planners or managers or decision makers. So we are a very diverse community, and so we hope to gather diverse and relevant inputs. And once more, if you have any good practice to share already from your territory, from your country, from your experience, please don't hesitate to take the floor. Once more, if I'm not wrong, we can collect comments via Slido, but I would really prefer you to raise hand and take the floor on this. Meanwhile, thank you, Rosanna, very smart and quick, super rapid. These are the recommendations we are going to discuss in the next step. So the forward-looking approach, even more strategic forward-looking approach beyond the typical 10 years duration of a planning cycle, based on climate policies and projections. This is a recommendation, number 1, and then data and knowledge on the impacts of climate change of marine ecosystems should be collected, collated, and made available to the planners and to stakeholders. Very good choice, but yeah, it's just a personal comment. You can read the other side.
Yeah, and in biodiversity conservation, MSP plans should be coherent with management measures for protected areas and should support other spatial and regulatory measures to improve biodiversity conservation. From a Finnish perspective, I would have not maybe chosen this one, but maybe my perspective here is not the one we're looking for. But then there's the sixth one, the availability, accessibility, and usability of marine environmental data. So, of course, if you don't know where there is something to protect, you cannot protect it or make sure that that's the right idea to protect or right area to protect. There is the first comment. Or I would say idea for solving some of these or taking these recommendations forward.
It would be great if I had the ideas to solve. I think data is a key issue, and it is actually on both lists. We have chosen data and knowledge on impacts on marine ecosystems on the left, and also availability, accessibility, and usability of marine data on the right. And it was actually the topic that we addressed during dinner the last 2 nights, the data issue. And the colleague who mentioned she works on scenarios, no, on data management and creation of scenarios. This is one of the issues that came again while during these dinners. Wouldn't the scenarios be a lot better if we have a lot more data than you are using? Collectively, we have a huge amount of data that is being paid with public funds, because we all work on different projects, and in our regions, the regional governments, the states are paying projects. We are working on European funded projects, and all these projects are creating and collecting data all the time. But that data is not available. It is of someone, no? It has a propriety, an owner. And the issue is, are we able to address how to make available that data, how to agree among ourselves to make all the data available? A lot of data is available nowadays, and a lot more than it was like 20 years ago. But there is still a lot more, and our scenarios would be a lot better, and our management would be a lot better if we had all the information. Or maybe another kind of decision is to be implemented, like asking the funding programs to include a few lines. Actually, I think some programs already do it, like the H2020 and FP7, ask for all data to be provided, but in a comprehensive way, on a server, with the metadata, with all the Inspire details provided, because I think we are losing a lot of time. Like, climate change is not something we have to work on scenarios. Of course we have, but it is already here. We are already very late. And I think it's something that we should all be providing all the knowledge that we have for a better decision making. I don't know. I don't have the solution, but some ideas.
Thank you very much for raising this point. Maybe solutions or other issues will come from the other participants. Please, at the floor.
Thanks very much. My name is Rick Officer from the Irish Marine Institute. My comment is connected to the previous intervention there. Both of the high voted recommendations here include data. My feeling is it's not really the availability of data that's the problem. It's our ability to turn that data into information. And it's information that will inform decisions. I think we've got to recognize in doing that there are limited abilities from some stakeholders to interact with the data, the raw data. We've also got to recognize that some stakeholders will help us turn data into information. So I think this is a real challenge for this community. it's not just make the data available, you've got to go the next step, turn it into information such that it can inform a decision.
Thank you, thank you. Please go ahead. There are many people. Please, Laura, make your own priority.
Thanks. My name is Elena Gissi. I'm a senior scientist at the National Research Council, and in a way I complement these two comments because my intervention was about, I'm more concerned about the knowledge. So the different, like, I'm not about data and information, about the knowledge, and here I speak as a scientist producing that knowledge. And I speak from the side of scientists. So sometimes being an expert in the Italian MSP process exactly on climate change and trying to produce the knowledge, because my research is about trying to produce the knowledge that is needed, because we can have a data about time series of temperature, and then you give these to the planners, what they're gonna do with that, what is the meaning, what is the sense of this information if I have time series about whatever variable and projections towards the future. So it's really about creating the knowledge from that kind of information. And that's why I want to give a solution, or a solution that we are trying to, that we have proposed for Italy at least, so to have a transdisciplinary center to support MSP that is within the resilience, financed with the resilience funds, and is part of a project which is MSP for biodiversity, where as CNR, we are part of the project, and Corilla is involved in this project as well. So within the planning process, you have already limited funds, so you need to have a sort of a center that has tools also to create a consensus among scientists in relation to all this knowledge that you can produce on different, like, modelers, climate experts, and so on. But there should be a sort of translation of this information and data that you were saying through knowledge that planners can use, because then you know that within the planning process, as planners, you have to do a lot of things. And so in a way you cannot, I'm not sure that the planning process is the place where you elaborate the data from climate change, from species on the move, from all the different scenarios. So from the scientific point of view. So in a way what we are trying to do is to create this kind of transdisciplinary knowledge center that is also able to produce, to coordinate scientists in achieving this consensus, or in trying to make a sense from the knowledge that we are building. And this is something that can support somehow.
Yes, yes, I'm writing this concretely.
That should be done by scientists as they work, but it was a way of creating a place for many people working on different topics to produce this knowledge. And this was a practical example of a potential solution. So we thought about this transdisciplinary center supporting MSP. And let's see if it goes. We have some practical actions that we have to put in place in the coming years. So we will let you know next conference.
Thank you very much, Elena. Please, a lot of comments. Please try to be brief so we can collect all the input.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. Yes, thank you. I'm Anna Barbanti from WWF Med, and building on what's been said, I can bring maybe an example of what we are trying to do, considering that, of course, the lack of data, and sometimes there are data, but people are not willing to share, which is also something that happens. We are looking into lately trying to pilot spatial systematic conservation planning and structured decision making on conservation prioritization, which is actually a series of tools that have been developed by scientists that have structured a decision-making process to make sure that you can take decisions on conservation based on cost effectiveness and time effectiveness as well, that take into consideration cost benefits, and where you don't need a huge amount of data, 20 million layers, all of the ecosystems, but by having a certain numbers or specific key ecosystems, key species, and then the activities that are on the different areas, and translating them then in benefits or costs for what you're trying to do, then you are able to prioritize the different areas based on also the amount of money that you're willing to spend. So this is an example of what we are trying to do, and it's turning out really interesting for us. And I think this is something that has been, for example, piloted with Marksan, which is a quite famous tool. At least it was produced in Australia, but it's being used for conservation management all around the world, but is not used very much, for example, in the Mediterranean. And now we are really trying to look into this, into cost-benefit analysis, which can solve some of these data lacking issues that we are having, and to start making decisions on based on what we have. Also, talking to the stakeholders, we get an outcome from this analysis, and then we talk to the stakeholders and we try to understand if what we have makes sense to them, and then we go back to the analysis. So it's not just let's do this and let's then put it into practice, but it's a back and forth to have a more time-effective decision-making.
Thank you, Anna. There's interventions also from that side. Linda, Giuseppe, I don't know who was first.
Sorry?
Yeah, just to note, now also the Slido question is open, so if someone has something urgent and want to make very sure that it's stored, please, Slido is also open to add your ideas for specific action.
Yes, and if I may add very briefly, also you are very welcome to include something that you already mentioned. So we will distinguish what was already mentioned. Maybe you quote yourself, so we know that this is for our memory and for the publication eventually. Thank you, sorry. Please.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Belinda Bramley from the MPA Europe project, which Kamal touched on briefly. It's a Horizon project. I just want to let you all know that we are taking a big data approach to mapping the distribution. We hope to map the distribution for 10,000 marine species across all of Europe's seas to 2050 and 2100 under all of the IPCC climate scenarios. And we will produce an online, freely available atlas next year that will show the patterns of marine life across Europe's seas. And our goal is to show what the ideal coherent network of marine protected areas for 30 by 30 would be using that map, using it at a regional scale or a national scale. But it also is super relevant for MSP, for wind expansion at the same time. So I just want to let you know there is a resource out there, and Kamal mentioned that we already have an OBIS Shiny app and a tutorial that goes with that app right now, where you can use these species models, you can download the code, you can change the code if you want to, and you can do your own modeling. So we're producing more knowledge from the huge amount of marine data that already exists.
Thank you, Belinda. I asked my timekeeper whether we can go on. I see.
I think we can wait for last typing.
Yes. Yes, great. Please. Just, yes, Neil and Giuseppe.
So I'm lucky because I'm the last. Yes, actually I was thinking about more or less the same as Helena was thinking about how to involve a kind of multidisciplinary approach with involving different fields of studies. And I was thinking about how to be inspired by the functioning of the IPCC process. And I guess it could be a good way of structuring this kind of analysis, because they bring together experts that process the best available knowledge at the time, and then produce kind of summary for decision making. So it could be a good way to produce that. And maybe my knowledge about the functioning of this institution is too weak, and it's already done for the ocean, but we have some example of downscaling from the international scenarios that are produced by IPCC at a regional scale, so quite local scale. By region, I mean the one that are targeted by the REGINA, so the NUTS2 scale. And they produce kind of scenario based on the international one, but with really local consequences. And it's actually, I guess it's a strong tool to influence the policy, land planning policy, and maybe doing the same at basin scales. At least it could be a good way to inform with the best available knowledge the maritime policy at this time. Not waiting to collect all the data and wait again.
Thank you, Neil.
I think there's one more brief comment, yes, from there.
Yes, thanks. Hi again, very quickly from my side to share with you my concerns regarding the second part of recommendation BC2, especially when you say that the Maritime Spatial Planning should support other spatial or regulatory measure when it comes to biodiversity conservation. Actually, this second part, when it comes to the management of fish stock, will never happen, because we know very well that it is a matter of competence. There is Article 11 of the Common Fishery Policy that put the competence on the hands of member states and the European Commission to decide on temporary regulatory measure, conservation measure. So if you are reflecting on how to implement this recommendation, you have to, I think, reflect about the synergies between the Maritime Spatial Planning and already existing policies. And when I look at your recommendation, of course, I agree on it, but the problem is that the second part, when it comes to fish management, will never happen, because today basically is over. All the competence are on the hands of member states, the European Commission. European Commission, after the suggestion from a member state, is expected to make a proposal for concrete measure that should be approved also by the European Parliament. So you can imagine the process. If you are talking about to put maritime spatial planning in the middle, we have to find a very wise solution to make it happening. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Giuseppe. We are very aware of these big barriers in legislations and governance aspect and the competence aspect mandate, but still we wanted to bring to the reflection that we can't leave fisheries outside of the MSP game. There will be also a panel discussing on this afterwards. So yeah, implementation is an issue, but yeah, point well taken about the barriers. Thank you. Okay, we can move now forward to the last stage.
And
please,
if you're still writing something, go ahead and finish your writing, so we will be able to have your information available for later.
Yes, now Laura will introduce you to the final part of the exercise, more creative but not less important. Please, Laura.
Yes, great, thank you. So as the final exercise on Slido, we'll have a word cloud where you can share your thoughts to summarize what we've been discussing, both on climate change adaptation and biodiversity conservation. But we'll first start with climate change adaptation. So please go ahead. And just an additional piece of information, these words that you're now sending will be used to summarize our session through a motto, which will be shared later.
Urgent. Urgency has been one of our keywords across the project. Any small step, any small or big effort should contribute to the urgency to face with climate crisis and environmental crisis. So I see urgence and necessary, but also challenge. Yeah. Very good, very diverse elements. The ones which are not the most voted are definitively enriching the diversity. Thank you for being creative and reflecting a lot on this.
There are still a few typing. So we wait a second before we move forward.
Yes, type in your last words and then we'll move on to the biodiversity conservation.
Okay, I think we can move.
Yes, let's move on to the next word cloud. It's looking good. Many important words. Treasure is a very good one. Complex as well. Necessary. It's one of the words that have been getting the most attention. Lots of good words. So we'll make a great motto out of these two word clouds during the short break and then get back to all of you.
I think 1 second and then we really move to the conclusive slide that is simply an announcement. So, threatened. Yeah. I like also very much misunderstood, if I may. Yeah. Okay. I think we got something for you. Rosanna, can we close? Yeah, this is just the closing words before letting you enjoy your coffee and reminding you that you will see some details of our results in the room beside the Saloon Eugenie where coffee is offered. Please do there. Look to our posters, meet our teams, our country teams there, discuss with us as much as you like. And thank you very much for this engaging session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it's half an hour. Coffee break is downstairs, and I think it's half an hour. We will call you back.
It's 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, very well. Think we can start to get into the room. And to restart, we have prepared a little surprise. The sound, audio, sound.
The ocean is essential for sustaining life on Earth, providing livelihoods, recreation, discovery, identity, and culture. It provides the air we breathe, as our seas produce over half of the world's oxygen and absorb 50 times more carbon dioxide than the atmosphere. With a 68,000-kilometer coastline along the Atlantic and Arctic Oceans, the Baltic and North Sea, Mediterranean and Black Sea, Europe must prioritize the sustainable management of land-sea interactions. Maritime spatial planning, a driving force of international ocean governance, integrates essential marine policies. And with the 2014 Maritime Spatial Planning Directive, it mandates all European coastal member states to develop maritime spatial plans for their waters. Whilst the directive emphasizes that healthy marine ecosystems offer significant benefits when incorporated into planning decisions, the European Green Deal policy package also includes initiatives to address challenges in maritime sectors. How can we align the European Green Deal objectives with maritime spatial plan developments across the different sea basins? In 2022, the MSP Green project embarked on a 2-year mission involving Italy, Spain, France, Bulgaria, Germany, Latvia, and Finland to identify challenges, valuable practices, and new actions promoting Green Deal integration into maritime spatial plans. The project yielded key recommendations to align maritime spatial plans with the European Green Deal's ambitions across 6 critical areas for a sustainable maritime future. Various challenges were identified, and in response, it allowed to reveal 21 valuable practices from 6 partner countries, providing examples to enhance our maritime spatial planning efforts. Designations in maritime spatial plans are crucial for balancing sector interests with marine environment preservation, highlighting the necessity for strategic cross-border collaboration. To address gaps in respect to the Maritime Green Deal, the project introduced 12 new actions, including innovative methods, processes, and tools. These actions pave the way for future practices by exploring aquaculture and offshore wind potentials, considering multi-use settings in alignment of the 30% biodiversity protection target at sea, and addressing climate change impacts on sectors such as fisheries. For implementing these steps, the project developed comprehensive recommendations that emphasize experience sharing, collaboration, and resource allocation toward a Greener Europe mission among diverse stakeholders. Over the past 2 years, the core task of the MSP Green project has been to promote a participatory maritime spatial planning process aligned with Green Deal objectives, underscoring the significance of basin-level communication. The project team is eager to share the detailed results accessible at mspgreen.eu.
I think, please, an applause. This was the work of the Ministry of Smart Administration and Regional Development of Latvia, who co-led the work package of communication of MSP Green, and well, we wanted to unveil this video that, of course, in the next month we'll make circulate. But now it's the time to learn what happened in the different parallel sessions, and so to share the different results. So we'll start with, of course, climate change adaptation and biodiversity conservation. So I kindly ask Fabio Carella from UF University of Venice, spatial planner, and well, I would say a friend, but now it's more of a twin. People get our name mixed up all the time. So please come to the podium. Yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to bring back all the actively input that we received during our parallel session for climate adaptation and biodiversity conservation. So in terms of prioritization of the recommendation for biodiversity conservation, the two most voted consider that actually the MSP plans should be coherent with management measures for protected areas and should support also other spatial and regulatory measures to improve biodiversity conservation. And then the second one is the importance and the availability, accessibility, and usability of marine environmental data, such as, for example, benthic habitats of key species or ecosystem services. For MSP decision-making should be fostered. In regards of climate change adaptation, the first recommendation that was prioritized based on climate policy and projection, the MSP plans should adopt an even more strategic, forward-looking approach beyond the typical 10 years duration of the planning process and the cycle of the MSP. And then the second one, again, about data, knowledge. And the impact of the climate change on marine ecosystem should be collected, collated, and made available for the MSP process. Building from that, we gather very important input also to somehow develop some specific and concrete action in order to achieve this recommendation. So the first one was quite interesting because we always talk about data, but we need to move from data to information and to knowledge. In this case, the relevance of the science policy interface and the need to establish or the creation of a transdisciplinary center that are able to support the MSP process. And they are composed and including experts from different social science, decision-making, data, so from different expertise, but also in terms of vertical coordination. So among the regional administration, ministries, and local administration. And then the second one is in relation of the tools. We need systemic conservation planning tools to support MSP, especially the planners that are involved in the process of MSP, to find proper solution when the situation with limited data occur. And then there are the third last point. We should consider more the ongoing project because they are giving us and then providing us synthetic data and result that planner can use immediately, and this would it's very strictly connecting to informing the policy level. Finally, for the motto about the first topic on biodiversity, it's quite clear, and the motto is treasures life. While for climate adaptation, the motto is change is urgent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to you, Fabio. I think it was really clear and effective. And now it's time for climate change mitigation and zero pollution room. So please, Hanete Brezina from the Ministry of Smart Administration and Regional Development of Latvia. Please join us on the podium and please offer the results of the parallel room. Thank you.
Hello everyone, how do you feel today? And I will be short. So, I have a lot of text here, but will be very short. The main things I wanted to highlight out of our parallel session regarding climate change mitigation and zero pollution is that there's actually a quite conflicting aspect of this climate change mitigation regarding offshore wind energy and that recommendations regarding zero pollution in general. Because some participants stressed out that, for example, the impact of for landscape, which is created from offshore wind parks, and the impact of plastic that is comes in the sea, it somehow dissonates with this zero pollution idea in general. That's like one thing we should highlight. And for like a surprise for us, it was that we thought that all discussion will be about climate change mitigation, but participants were very active to discuss zero pollution. And significant things to share is that pollution comes more often from land. And when we think back about challenges, that sometimes MSP doesn't have this mandate for land planning, and it's actually in a majority of these cases. And to keep up, we came also to this conclusion that maybe ecosystem services could contribute to the fact that how to reduce pollution created in the sea. And I really liked one question, or maybe like suggestion, that maybe blue economy development should be aligned with zero pollution objectives, that true blue economy should be a zero pollution. That was like an idea for us. And we also noticed that regarding zero pollution, it's very important to take in consideration the responsibility of pollutants, that you have to be responsible with your actions in any of sector you present. And regarding our other discussions and questions and ideas, there were a lot of ideas contributing good environmental status and, of course, Marine Strategy Framework Directive. And now the interesting part, which recommendation is the winner? In this, climate change mitigation, the winner was the first recommendation that stressed out the interlinkages to terrestrial planning, which is also one of our project MSP Green challenges, that land-sea interactions, that this common and shared idea of planning should be really important when we plan these things, because yes, pollutants are on the land, okay, they can be also in the sea, for sure, but it has to be looked together. That's why it's very important. And the second one recommendation was regarding more mapping carbon capture and storage, to map it, to evaluate it, and think about improving all this issue. And regarding zero pollution, things were quite simple, because it was mapping all the way. We have to map polluted marine areas, and we have to map pollutants who are doing the damage here. And we had the nice ideas how to maybe implement it, and it includes assessments and monitorings, a lot of mapping, and overall it's a lot of cooperation and collaboration, both related to cross-sectorial collaboration and also being responsible. And I think in any case, responsibility is the key in all things we do in our life. And now motto. It was hard. It was very hard to create a motto for climate change mitigation, but we came up that it's fossil-free and urgent at sea. And for zero pollution, it was very easy. And our motto for zero pollution is ambitious unicorn, because nobody has seen it. Thank you.
But
and
we
have a
hope
good
it
evening.
exists. Thank you. Thank you, Annette. And now for the final room, Sustainable Seafood Production and Circular Economy, I welcome Margarita Stancheva, who is the director of the Center for Coastal and Marine Studies in Bulgaria. Please, Margarita.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to convey the main highlights and, of course, the feedbacks and prioritization of recommendations in our session. So the most voted recommendation to sustainable sea food production actually are the SF1, which is MSP should move from an approach where fisheries are considered only in terms of exclusion from some areas to a more comprehensive planning approach where all fishery segments are proactively planned and managed, and SFP4, which is in addition to environmental sustainability, aquaculture and fisheries should be planned considering the broader value chain and community livelihoods in the sense of a fair and just transition. And for the next topic, which is blue circular economy, the most voted recommendations are 2 and 3, which are research into the special dimensions of a blue circular economy should be encouraged to assess how much marine and coastal space is needed for activities now and in the future. And also 3, which is a life cycle approach, should be considered in maritime spatial plans and associated licensing. So of course we received a lot of questions, and it was really good and productive discussion. And we also got some really good examples of and recommendations how to put these most voted recommendations into practice. So for example, to the first one of sustainable seafood production, that we need a more integrated approach to fisheries. So the participants in our session actually considered that this is one of the most difficult recommendations to be actually implemented in practice, because first we need to know what are the obstacles, what are the enablers in front of us, and also we need more round tables with the fishery community in order to get their knowledge in depth. Also, how the different countries actually implement the fishery sector, and how the common fishery policy and multi-annual action plans for aquaculture are actually integrated in our maritime spatial plans. This is also important because it was highlighted that different countries have different maritime spatial plans. We have different planning systems, and such a more general recommendation should be considered in details before actual implementation. And it depends also how the European legislation, for example, common fishery policy, is transposed into the national legislation, how it is implemented. So there are a lot of obstacles and challenges related to legislative tools in each country. But for sure, we agreed upon that we need more improved dialogue with the fishermen, because actually most of the fishermen want to be more actively engaged in the maritime spatial planning process. And also, we have some feedbacks about the blue circular economy. For example, about reusing. It was an interesting topic for discussion in our session. So there were some concrete examples what could be reusing in maritime spatial planning in regard to this recommendation. This could be, for example, exploring potential for decommissioning of the offshore oil and gas platforms, for example, platforms that to be used for some research purposes, or another option is to be used for tourism purposes in order to be visited from tourists, which is getting a common practice now. Also about life cycle assessment in the MSP, it's important now to also to understand that the MSP should be not just climate smart, not just an ecosystem based, but also a transition based MSP. And so our motto from the session for sustainable seafood production, it's very clear, it's transition. And for the blue circular economy, it's responsible. And just to wrap up with one key message. So at the end, we need much more MSP literacy to implement in practice all these important recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Margherita. Thank you very much. Very well. Now we are coming to a panel that I really look forward to because it's about the role of maritime sector in EGD-oriented MSP. Because as I said at the beginning, we are here for a dialogue. And Hannete said, I mean, people who are responsible should take responsibility. But I think we all share some degree of responsibility. After all, we live in our society. We have a lifestyle, of course, that has some cost in terms of environmental cost. But I'll leave to a person that is much more experienced than I am to deal with this important panel. So I kindly ask Mari Poja-Mikra, who I know very well, but I read the name because I don't want it wrong, to reach the podium, please, Mari. She's the coordinator of the Finnish MSP cooperation. She's a great expert, but more of this, she's an incredible human being. So please, Mari, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Volker. Well, such a nice words, Volker. I take them into my heart. And good afternoon, everyone. I must say that for Finland, that is me and my colleagues, it's been a pleasure to be part of this MSP Green project. It was such a great process. It has been such a great result that we can adapt to our MSP process in Finland, the official one. So what's not to like in this and a great pleasure to be here. So this is the panel discussion is almost the last action for today for the final conference of MSP Green. We will discuss about the role of maritime sectors for greener MSP. Or should we say, should we consider about the transition-based MSP? Was it so? That was just mentioned. Today we have learned that MSP authorities, the MSP practitioners, they play a crucial role in enhancing and enabling the EGD, European Green Deal. And we are also aware of that the hindering elements here, that MSPs can't resolve everything. And then the effectiveness and the practices of MSPs, they vary from country to country. And there is a reason for that, because the mandates of the MSPs differ, and whether they are legally binding, legally guiding, or whether they are strategic by nature, for example. However, it's not just about the MSPs, but it's about the maritime stakeholders. They also bear both the responsibility and the potential to advance the European Green Deal, I'd say. And this occurs at various scales, so as MSP, in an EU level, in a sea basin level, national level, subnational level, meaning regional and even local levels. Well, the MSP process, it's collaborative. This is what we like to address in Finland, that this is the platform for collaborative actions, so that the MSP planners meet each other, MSP planners meet other authorities, they meet the stakeholders, but then we also collide the maritime stakeholders with each other to co-create something, to solutions for things. And now we are discussing about the European Green Deal, the overarching theme in a maritime area. Well, now you're quite familiar with the MSP Green recommendations, how to strengthen the integration of EGD components into MSPs. And if not familiar, I hope that almost more familiar than you were before this afternoon. And then if you read them through carefully, you can see that there is, for example, saying that operational integration between MSPs and other relevant processes, including sectoral policies or management issues, is a crucial one when we try to build a strong EGD approach in Europe. And now in this panel, we have an opportunity, excellent opportunity, to gather together great experts in this field and then have them to discuss about their role in contributing to a greener Europe. So I'd like to invite our panelists here. So first, Mr. David Bassett from the European Aquaculture Technology and Innovation Platform. Thank you. Please, yes, you can choose your place, but maybe that is good. Maybe over there. Thank you. And then we have the Mr. Giorgio Stefano, Cluster Blue, Italian Growth, Offshore Wind Energy Sector. I don't know if that works. I have a schedule here, you know. Yeah, okay, that is good. So Ms. Helena Rodriguez, WWF Europe, please.
Lisa, you have to clap to our panelists.
Yes, yes, yes. Exactly. And Ms. Lawrence, thank you, Pier Paolo. Ms. Laurence Martin, European Network of Maritime Clusters. And then the last one is Miss Rosalie Tucker, Europe Best. Great. Thank you. So we have tight 60 minutes or less, if I say it right. I will pose 2 questions for all our panelists, and then we have some time for Slido questions. So I think it's so that the Slido will be open. Please confirm that I'm right, that you can set your questions in the Slido, and then we will go through the most supported ones after these first 2 questions. But to start with the panel, before the actual questions, I'd like you to just present yourselves, in a way, your expertise, your organization, and then I want to ask you what you expect from this panel, keeping in mind that we encourage our stakeholders to have a dialogue between each other. So maybe we start from the left. David, please.
Very good. Orderly, starting from one end. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to be here. So yes, David Bassett from the European Aquaculture Technology and Innovation Platform. We're one of, I think it's now 39 functioning European technology platforms. And if you're not aware of what they are, they're multi-actor platforms with a membership drawn from academia, the research community, industry, and civil society. And one of our primary functions, in fact, the primary function, is to develop a strategic research and innovation agenda for our given sector, our one obviously being aquaculture. And our secondary primary role is to assist in the communication, dissemination, and exploitation of European research project results. Innovation, when you talk from an aquaculture perspective and research, people often tend to think towards the biological or environmental impact or technology or equipment. But innovation also applies to governance, to regulation, to certification, and to issues such as marine spatial planning. It's a very important part of the sector how we can develop in a sustainable manner through innovations in access and use of space, and a very important area for us to engage in. And that's why I'm here today, and I've been privileged to be on the Stakeholder Advisory Board for the MSP Green project, and have thoroughly enjoyed that process.
Thank you. Thank you. And then Helena, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for those that already saw me speaking yesterday. It's me again. I'm Helena Rodrigues. I work at the WWF European Policy Office. We work alongside 22 national WWF offices, and our goal, as we say, is people and nature together. So I'm here to represent the nature sector. It's not really a sector, it's the underlying foundation of our life. Yes. So I'm very excited to speak on how can we leverage on the results and the recommendations from this project, and how can we then apply them to policy making. So I guess that's it.
Thank you. Laurence.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's very pleasant to be back here. I remember 3 years ago in Venezia for the first meeting, one of the first meeting of REGINA-MSP, and I think that I'm very glad here to be back for the conclusions. Well, my name is Laurence Martin. I'm the Secretary General of the Italian Maritime Cluster, Federazione del Mare. Federazione del Mare is a very comprehensive industrial maritime cluster that since 1994 in Italy groups 22 national sectorial maritime associations, mainly ship owners, shipyards, fisheries, nautical industry, super yacht, of course, then the ports, terminals, all the ancillary activities like pilots, dredging, and tagging, but also all suppliers and insurance, etc., etc. So we are quite important. So you have, when you talk to a cluster like this, you talk to the users of the sea. Those, we will see later that committed have decided to be responsible concerning this new climate change targets, and that are really willing to do their part in this exercise. All the segments that I mentioned have committed to decarbonize, digitalize, and circularize their activities. So I would say that what is in front of us as maritime cluster in Italy is really deep impact, I must say, because the 2019 European Green Deal for us and its declination within the Fit for 55 package, legislative package that has been adopted in 2033, is really the fourth industrial revolution. So what we are experiencing now, this energetic transition, is really something important. Is what is at stake for the maritime industrial sector, also worldwide and at EU level, is the competitiveness of the EU maritime industry. And in this moment, in Brussels, we are talking about a green maritime industrial strategy, how to build it, because this is key. And to put it short, we will have time to discuss that. We think, I have been here this afternoon, what I expect from the discussions is pragmatism, dialogue, because we have to avoid any ideological approach. Because now that we are entering into the implementation phase, we think that some maybe adjustments have to be done in order to be successful, and we are very, let's say, determined concerning the governance to act within this maritime spatial planning. That for us is key for the governance of this exercise. Thanks.
Thank you. And then, Giorgio, your expertise, organization, and what you expect from this panel.
Okay. Hello to everybody. I'm Giorgio Stefano. I represent here the cluster Blue Italian Grow. It's a cluster of company focused on technology and involved in the blue economy. So mainly energy operator, offshore contractor, shipyard, subsea robotics company, so mainly driven by the technology service provider. And I work in Saipem as an innovation technology manager, and I'm here mainly to represent the offshore wind energy sector and in general the offshore renewable.
Thank you. And then Rosalie. Oh, yes.
Yes,
Rosalie.
that's correct.
Yes.
So I'm Rosalie Tucker. I'm a senior policy advisor at Europes. And Europes is a European Association of National Fishing Enterprises. We represent both large and small-scale fisheries sector, based in Brussels, among some of us here. So quite pleased with the outcomes of the parallel session you had this afternoon and the recommendations from the project. I think it is a good opportunity we have here with different stakeholders in the blue economy and different actors of the maritime sector, having this dialogue not only now but also this week. And I think from that we can get a better understanding of each other's perhaps challenges or finding some synergies, like to understand each other's like pieces of the puzzle, let's say. And perhaps it sparks some ideas that we bring back in our day-to-day lives. There's a lot of expertise here in the room, or at least high interest in the topic, so pretty sure, or hopefully, perhaps it's high ambition, but I think it will improve marine spatial planning in the future. I hope.
Thank you, and you can keep the microphone, because I will start with you with the first question. Now we know our experts here. So quite straightforward question, I'd say, because MSP it is important for MSP to consider the role of the maritime stakeholders and kind of take note of the needs of the stakeholders. So what do you expect from MSP to support the European Green Deal, the green transition or ecological transition or clean transition of your sector?
Okay, so I think that marine spatial planning is like a really good tool. It can be a good tool to, like these puzzle pieces that I talked about, to like fix it together. It's a complex situation in a lot of the sea basins. We have various actors or interests like the environment, and I think we need to find this balance of not only environmental protection but also economic viability for the different sectors, and social sustainability, like for livelihoods and also the local communities, for instance. And what is important is that perhaps we're not always aware there is a lot of different objectives and a lot of different goals set at either EU level or nationally for the different sectors, like the EU Green Deal, green transition, but there's also for fisheries like seafood production, etc. And I think MSP is a great tool to like try to combine and be aware of all these different objectives and to find a way of like creating these benefits towards all the actors and not contradicting it. To make it more specific example on fisheries, for instance, the greenhouse gas emissions, we have a lot of technological advancements and innovations that we worked on already for decades with the scientific community. And the UNCTAD, the UN Trade and Development Institution, has mentioned that the EU fisheries sector has reduced its greenhouse gas emissions since 1990 with 52%. So obviously there is incentives, like the fisheries sector is very much dependent on the operational costs, fossil fuels, etc. But this is a huge advancement and improvement, like 6 years ahead of the EU Green Deal, like 55% goal, for instance. But it needs to continue improving, and what doesn't help in some cases, in some member states, is that a lot of the marine spatial planning actors, other actors, are all perhaps more focused on the coastal area, where if we think about fisheries, 80 to 90% is small scale and operating mostly in the coastal area. So there you have also, in a lot of the cases, renewable offshore winds, because it's cheaper with the grid or other reasons, or tourism, etc. So it's a difficult area to put all the actors there. And then where you have these reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, for instance, with the other actors, sometimes it means fisheries has to be displaced further away from shore, and this is not helping in the energy efficiency. So whereas we're working towards the same goal in that aspect, I think there can be improvements made to avoid this kind of contradictions. I will leave it at this for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Exactly. So not only concentrating on conflicts, but the reconciliation in a way, and we find fair and just transition to all sectors when we consider these issues. Yes, please, the same question for all panelists. So we, Giorgio, please.
Okay, thanks. What we would expect? We would expect that, but I've seen that have been already put in place, that together with all these efforts in building recommendation for the MSP, there is an important effort to collect a set of data that probably are not all coherent within or complete, because we all know, because people that work with in all the European projects, and they say, you know that there are several sources of data, and it's hard sometimes to collect them, to check if they are reliable, if they have the same resolution, if they have the same completeness, coexistence, and so on. And we hope that at the end of this process, or during the path, there will be a big effort, let's say, in building a set of data that will be complete, reliable, comprehensive, and easy to read. Because industry relies on this work from you, because it's a too big effort to be done by industry, a single company, and it's a great value for industry, and especially also for startup or small company that need to have this data, and that could be used also as strong background to explain and communicate the decision. Then I've seen the recommendation that there are mentioned multi-use and Maripalax, yeah, so you there, we are happy for that. And also because we need place where innovation can take place, where there could be some easy roads for in terms of permitting, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of possibilities, in order to scale up and to allow for this technology innovation to demonstrate the feasibility and play a role in the European Green Deal targets. And finally, I would expect also that the recommendation will push for an MSP that will be adaptive in some way, in order that it could catch that minimum change of direction that will be possible if technology innovation will come in the future, or there will be some mutation of socio-economical change. So we prefer that there will be periodical timing of interaction and code review of what has been recommended or agreed.
Thank you. Many keywords: the data, multi-use, Maripark concept. Happy to hear about those thoughts. And then, Laurence, please.
Thank you. For the clusters, I would say that we expect that MSP to facilitate the balance articulation between the three dimensions of sustainability, the environmental, social, and economic dimensions of sustainability. That is key for us. Not only focus on one or the other, but the right balance articulation, that is key for us. And I think that I'm glad to have heard this afternoon that you are moving along the lines, these lines that are the lines of the communication of the European Commission, the vision, strategy and action plan of the European Commission on the concept of sustainability for blue economy that was published in 2021, where the 5 priorities were there. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We need to have more data. We have to invest in research and development. We have to, because we need new fuels. So we need new materials, etc., to build the new ships, etc. We need to invest also on training and education, because these new ships have to be operated with smart technologies, and now we are talking about artificial intelligence. We need also to facilitate access to finance, because this fourth industrial revolution needs a huge amount of money. The Draghi report is talking about billions, and really, I think that there is a lot of effort to be made in this direction. Last but not the least, of course, the governance, and here you are with the Maritime Spatial Planning, because all these activities, the traditional ones, I mean, for ages it has been shipping and let's say and fisheries, but now there are a lot of new let's say activities at sea. You know,
only to mention the underwater dimension, the new frontier. Now, we have been using the land, the air, and now we are approaching the underwater. So I think that that's reason why this exercise of maritime spatial planning is key also for us. But this exercise, it has been said this afternoon, has to take into consideration the specificity at national level, European level, sea basin level. We are with Georgia from Italy. We are facing the other part of the Med, and I think that we expect this discussion will bring some maybe new elements to further facilitate the dialogue and coordination between maritime cluster within the West Med Cluster Alliance, the 5+5 initiative, Portugal, Spain, France, Italy, Malta, and on the other side, Mauritania, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya. Last week, we are creating two clusters, the Algerian and the Libyan one, and I think that the maritime clusters, because I just wanted to tell you that we are 12 national maritime cluster in Europe, and we are all grouped within the European network of maritime cluster. And Italy, Federazione del Mare, is vice president of this network that has been created in 2005, and that is very active at the moment. So I think that maritime cluster, as I was saying, plays an essential role as broker between EU regions and neighboring countries in Europe and at sea basin level, because it is, they are essential actors, and they will be, and we want to be used within this exercise, because we are aggregating local small and medium enterprises, large companies, also across a range of sectors that I've mentioned before in the blue economy, and including through synergies with enterprises involved in inland activities across complex value chain. So I think that the maritime cluster are at disposal of this exercise, and because as we have the possibility to dialogue with all these private stakeholders, I think that this dialogue based on a pragmatic approach will be very beneficial for the successful implementation of this European Green Deal.
Yes, thank you, Lawrence. I have to say that I was very happy to hear the very first words you said, the sustainability issues. It was 15 years ago when I had a meeting with my professor at the university, and I was saying that I'd like to work with the sustainability issues, and he said to me that isn't it a bit outdated thing already? So it's not outdated, it's very current, very topical issue. Thank you. Helena, please, the same question for you. What MSP should and could do?
I think for us it's very clear. A successful MSP is one that helps deliver healthy and resilient oceans. MSP, as a tool, it does not manage the different sectors, but it can bring sectors together to co-design a plan that is sustainable, that is long-term. It has this long-term vision. It's smart, climate smart, and it includes biodiversity. I was looking at the recommendations of the project, and I was very happy to see that a lot are well aligned with the work we do at WWF. So, for example, we have to take into account the cumulative impacts of all the sectors on the marine ecosystems. And then we also have to monitor the health of the ecosystems over time and adapt to changes that exist. Another policy recommendation that I found very interesting is in regards to policy integration. And I think this is one of the challenges of the European Green Deal. It offers and its associated policies, such as the EU Biodiversity Strategy, the newly approved Nature Restoration Law. Combined, they offer a framework for how we can achieve healthy oceans in the EU. However, what science shows is we are very far from delivering this. So how can planners take into account all of these new regulations and new objectives and deliver plans that take into account biodiversity, help us deliver the 30% protection target by 2030, and also help restore degraded habitats? I think for us this is the key topic. How can MSP as a tool bring stakeholders together, bring all of the sectors together, and co-create a plan that delivers healthy and resilient oceans?
Thank you, Helena. So covered all our overarching issues in a way. Thank you. Then David, please.
Thank you very much. It's a relatively simple answer to this for us, and I'm going to say a good old-fashioned answer for marine spatial planning: access to space is how it's going to help us the most. One of the, there are two barriers in the sustainable development of aquaculture. One of them that's often held up by the producers is that the greatest barrier is the length of time it takes to secure a license. So planning, licensing, regulation, the necessary environmental impact assessments and so on and so forth. It's a very long, drawn-out process. There's actually also a second barrier that I personally believe, not an official organisational view, and that's social licence for the sector and getting and gaining and improving public trust in the sector. And with an integrated and a comprehensive and an authoritative marine spatial planning system, our sites will be where they should be. They will have been carefully considered and integrated into a wider aquatic environment. Remembering that aquaculture is a very diverse sector, so we have, there are intensive finfish sites, there's algae production, there's extensive shellfish sites, there's all sorts of different sites. So we require different offshore, coastal, inshore, lagoons, and everything. So it's a very broad scope. And we need to demonstrate that we're sited and operating where we should be. And marine spatial planning will help to deliver that. We've already heard some additional, that would be my main response. We've already heard over the last 2 days the issue of multi-use and how we can be integrated into multi-use. I myself, I'm working on an EU Mission Ocean project at the moment called the Olimor project, that's looking at integrating renewable wind energy with low trophic aquaculture production in the Baltic and North Sea. There's a sister project called Alt Farms that's looking at that as well. So active research is going on in that area. I have some concerns about multi-use in terms of just because it's practically possible doesn't mean it will actually become economically viable and be delivered. I think we have to be realistic about just because we can do it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen. But marine multi-use will obviously be something that will increase with more integrated marine spatial planning construct. In terms of aquaculture, there's integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, IMPTA, an acronym I'm sure most of you will be familiar with. You can then add on another letter. It's always good to make an acronym even bigger and call it ZIMPTA, so Zoned Integrated Multi-Trophic Aquaculture. So taking individual sites and looking at it at a broader picture. And you can really start playing around with that and upscaling it from sea basins to oceans to seas to global perspectives and what we produce in different parts of the world. But we'll keep it at the EU level for the moment and talk about application in that way. And finally, integration into the wider blue economy, as has already been referenced, that it's more than just the traditional sectors that we've got. Aquaculture, I always balk a bit when people say we're a new sector, because we're not that new, but we're still comparatively new compared to some of the other aquatic resource users. So to see us as part of an integrated and viable blue economy and how we can co-benefit each other, be that from economic activities or habitat restoration services and improving biodiversity and applying nature-based solutions to aquaculture production, then there's much scope for that.
Thank you, David. Helena, would you like to reflect on that immediately? Okay.
Yes, it has to do with the topic of multi-use. It has been discussed over the past days, and I think it's important to remember that multi-use can help address the current dilemmas that comes with sharing space, but multi-use should be based on a change within the sectors. We cannot see multi-use as a way to continue growing pressures on the marine ecosystems, because the marine ecosystems are already in very bad shape. So if we put more activities together and we continue to grow the pressures, it does not bode well for nature. So whereas activities can happen together and should, to free space for marine protected areas, restoration sites, strict protection, we also must make sure that the sectors are changing, and they are changing their business models over time to ensure that the cumulative impacts of human activities decrease and not increase. And I think this is key when we speak about multi-use. We also have to have this long-term perspective on how sectors will change, and not and make sure that we are not defending the business as usual, because the business as usual has not resulted well for nature.
Thank you, Helena. So I'd say very reasonable expectations from our panel for MSP community. So I'd like to ask from our audience, I hope that you listened carefully, that what would you respond? What would be your response to our panelists, that can we fulfill those expectations for MSP? Do you have a microphone over there? I would like to ask. You know, I'm looking at Pierpaolo here, but thinking that the multi-use issue, it's a very topical question, I'd say, and I know that we have some good ideas to evolve that idea further in our MSP community, and I think it's very important to include all our stakeholders into this process too. Anyone want to reflect on any of the expectations of our stakeholders, because it's really important to have this dialogue between MSP practitioners and then stakeholders, please. Whatever pops into your mind. Well, Pierpaolo, I will give you a microphone. I'd like to ask you to
ask a question.
Was it? Yes, Pierpaolo, please. Yes.
The question is simple because now that most of the European countries did the job to have a plan, we have to apply it. So which is your point of view? Which is the first thing if you have your minister in front of you, say, okay, let's apply the plan in doing what? In your opinion? The most urgent measure that should be started.
Would anyone want to reflect on that?
Marine protection. We are very far from achieving the 2030 target, which is 30% of marine protection, of which 10% needs to be strictly protected. We see that, for example, with the consistency with the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, there are very few countries that actually align both processes. I know Olivier from France. France is one of the cases where this is done. To what extent it's well done, we can discuss later. But this is already aligned, and this is something that we also have to think in terms of timeline. How can we align policies to make sure that they are coherent and that they deliver the ultimate objectives? And then on the other side, how can we feed the data that already exists and is collected from these other policies into the plan? And how can we make sure that the data is being well used? The stakeholders are engaged throughout the process, not only consulted, but they are co-creators of the plan, and then when decisions are made, that they are justified. So on one side, to make sure that there's consistency with environmental legislation, on the other side, to set ambitious targets for what we would like to see, to monitor the accomplishment of these targets over time, and adapt when this is not working. So also have this long-term perspective on how the plans, where we want to end, and where we are and how we can get there. So that's my recommendation.
would say that from a pure
Yes, please.
business industrial viewpoint, I'm sure that all our members would like to ensure that the ETS revenue, that is the emission trading system revenues, have to be back to the sector, because we need urgently, deadly to enhance research and development. So we would like these revenue to be dedicated, to be back to the maritime sector and dedicated to research and innovation to facilitate the net zero projects, because if we have to meet we have the net zero, the carbon neutrality by 2050, but we have also intermediate, let's say, objectives, and one is 2030, 2040. It's next day. We know the dates. We don't know how to arrive, because we don't have the technology yet. Concerning the new fuels, the alternative fuels, we have what we call in technically a basket of possibilities, but the availability is not there. So I think that we need to accelerate that energy transition, and we need to have more money invested there. So I
Yes.
think that is our priority.
Thank you, and good that you handed the microphone over Giorgio, because I would like to pose a second question about the innovations and research. Is it possible?
Sorry?
I'm going to pose the next question for you, and then I want to go around in order. I want Giorgio to start with this, because it's about the innovation and research that we started this and we know that MSP should be aware of any innovations, and there are research, innovations, development issues that are in the sectors in order to be effective in a way. And I would like you to kind of showcase that what elements of innovation of your sector can bring into MSP in view of EGD in a way that we should be aware of. Please. And I ask you to keep the answers short, so we have a limited time left, so 2 minutes maximum.
I will try to be short. There are two, let's say, levels of innovation. There is one kind of innovation that is trying to improve the performance of existing technology to reduce the, for example, the levelized cost of electricity, to reduce the maintenance, so to be more effective, or to produce more energy in less space. We can think about the improvement that we had in wind turbine rated power, or the improvement that we have in the foundation for wind turbine that allow to bring fixed foundation in water depth, so allow a bigger area, or let's say, or the improvement in floating foundation, so that will allow us to move farther and then to have more possibility to where to choose, where to put the location for wind energy. Then we have other kind of innovation, than like the innovation that are more related to sustainable target, that could be like nature inclusive design, or integration of different technologies in the same infrastructure, or way of decommissioning, or to reuse of the platform. There is also a debate on recommissioning of wind turbine blades, how to recycle. So there is this kind of innovation that where we are still at a preliminary level, let's say, that need to be supported a bit. But our sector, what can bring is all the knowledge that we have and the cooperation with the actors. They are doing this because offshore wind, but offshore renewable, let's say, it's a sector with a high level of innovation and changing year by year. They're changing a bit the landscape, so it is needed that a continuous, let's say, exchange of data, opinion, and trends between the actors. So we can play a role and we can contribute on this, because it can change, and maybe we will not, probably will not be able to get the target before time, but at least we will do to be not too much late.
Thank you. Thank you. And Rosalie, please.
Thank you. Innovation. So I think the fishery sector is not really shy of innovation. Perhaps some people don't really see it always. The sector has been already working with the scientific community for like decades, but there's, whereas, as I said before, there is also this incentive to increase the energy efficiency, right, for the fisheries sector, not only for environmental purposes, but also for just their economic viability. There has been improvements in vessel design, in reducing bycatch, in increasing selectivity of fishing gear, for instance, in trying to use alternative renewable energy. On the average age of the EU fleet is 32 years old, so it's quite difficult sometimes to install different engines that can work with hydrogen or methanol, but one way is like, I think Denmark, Netherlands and France are installing diesel-electric engines, for instance. So there's a lot of technological improvements, but sometimes what often happens is that innovations are only at the pilot stage, working with university, and there is, for instance, a really cool innovation of a new type of material for a trawling net, but it's being developed in New Zealand, and it's really reducing the bycatch and good for the fisheries sector. But it's handmade material, and to have this in the EU and to even produce it in the EU, it would be more expensive still than netting. And also because the technical measures is a little bit maybe too technical for fisheries. Regulation in the EU, it's on mass sizes. So, for instance, this kind of innovation then are like perhaps blocked on a more regulatory framework to be scaled up. And I think we should enable an environment for these kind of innovations to be upskilled, because indeed there has to be improvements made for economic viability as well of the sector. And it could be the answer to co-location and multi-use. If we have indeed less of an impact on bycatch or certain habitats, especially since I know the fishery sector is quite apprehensive towards, for instance, multi-use with different sectors as well as agriculture. You mentioned with the offshore renewable energy sector, but also recognizing that the reality is there. Like last year in the EU, we had 19 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity installed, but the EU goal for 2030 is 61 gigawatts, I think, and member states have actually committed to 111. So to go from 19 to 111 gigawatt, it will require a lot of space. So that's why we think it needs to be, we need to look in economic viable ways for the different sectors in a similar space, in the same space. And last point is that a lot of these innovations in the fisheries sector, we're very much dependent on the larger economic blue economy. So for instance, for the grid, the infrastructure in the ports, or perhaps being able to fuel up on electricity of an offshore wind. So, and that's where marine spatial planning can really improve the situation.
Thank you, and we move to David, please.
The same question, yes.
Same question, yes.
So by nature, the aquaculture sector, is a relatively recent and rapidly developing sector, I would argue is a naturally, intuitively innovative sector to be in. And there's enormous scope when you recall the diversity of species and production systems and so on that we have. So to try and make it short, obviously one aspect is in terms of equipment and technology and systems that we're working on, and that could be looking at much more offshore and exposed siting, right through to the other side of, in fact, moving things onto land-based recirculation systems that used to be done in water. I've already referenced integrated multi-trophic aquaculture and zoning that to more zonal integrated multi-trophic aquaculture. So in terms of systems, that's something that can be done. I think something that we forget is, and we've talked about land-marine interaction, but one can achieve Green Deal objectives by moving things that were traditionally land-based into the water. So if you're looking at the growing of aquatic plants of algae to be used as animal feed ingredients, or to be used in fertilizer ingredients, or for pharmaceuticals or nutraceuticals, we can do things in the water in a responsible manner, in a correctly located person, but we can move things into the water that facilitate terrestrial set-aside and help enable Green Deal objectives from an agroecology perspective as well. And I think there's a lot of exciting potential for some for that to be investigated as well. And finally, it was referenced yesterday, we've been very proactive in working with operating systems like Copernicus and EMODNet and the other systems providers in working out the requirements for siting and location. So I will stop there, but there's many possibilities.
Thank you, really fascinating. Then Helena, please.
So I think on our side, and I've just realized that I'm the only civil society representative in this panel, I think on our side, innovation happens at the different levels. So we are working at the local level, whereas it's on co-management processes or restoration projects. And then at the mid-level, we work with national governments to make sure that our recommendations are taken into account, and there's this ambitious forward-looking approach to planning. And then at the EU level, and this is probably the work that you're more familiar with, when the MSPD was adopted, for us it was very clear that it did not define what is an ecosystem-based approach to MSP. So we set ourselves with the task of defining it with concrete indicators, and how these indicators would look like, whether not achieved or completely achieved. And we continue to push ourselves to be this voice that challenges, but also offers solutions, because we want to be proactive and we want to be part of the discussion. And often it comes with the comments that NGOs are not proactive, and this is not true. We engage in the dialogue. We are happy to engage with the other stakeholders, and we want to bring our vision. Of course, we have our own responsibility. We have our own shareholder, which is nature, to represent, but also to work together with others to make sure that the change encompasses everyone. And we all work together towards the same goal, which is to achieve healthy and resilient oceans as soon as possible.
Thank you. And then we have this, whether Laurence, would you like to take it on? Still something about research, innovations?
Yeah, the only thing that I didn't stress properly is the fact that a maritime cluster has at its center the shipping sector. And the shipping sector is by definition an international service, mobile asset. So we welcome, of course, the European Commission and a regional approach of the climate change measures. But what is important now is to have global rules, because we will face a big problem of competitiveness. The US are putting a huge amount of money in their industrial strategy, including maritime strategy. The same in China. And that is the reason why these days at EU level we are talking about green industrial maritime strategy. It's because shipping is key for European security. So I think that when we are talking about shipping, we have to let's say, avoid thinking about the old image of shipping, that ships are polluting the sea. It's true, because we so far, and we are still carrying goods using fuels, fossil fuel. No one denied that, but it will take time at worldwide level to ensure that all the ships, and there are more than 100,000 ships around, being fueled with alternative fuel. We have to, if we want to accelerate that move, as we said, we have to invest in research innovation in order to identify those fuels that are adapted to some segments, because what is true for a cruise vessel is not true for a tanker, for example, but I don't want to enter into these issues. But what we need is more research and innovation. We have to have, and we, for example, I heard that today, this afternoon, the European Commission has decided to approve some more than 85 projects and invested more than 4 billion euro in projects on research and development to facilitate the zero net targets. So I think this is very important, and what we have to achieve as soon as possible for the shipping sector is an agreement within the International Maritime Organization in London in order to ensure that we are all on the same level playing field.
Thank you. It's good to end in those words.
My neighbor is
yes,
safe
Laurence.
waters.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you because Folko is coming closer and closer. Although I like it, but still, I see that we are running out of time. It's up to Folko whether we have time for Slido. So it's up to Slido because you have good questions here. So the most addressing issue is how should member states seek European Green Deal coherence with neighboring non-member states? What might this coherence look like? From the stakeholders' point of view, who wants to answer to this? I'd like to have a maritime stakeholders' view on this. How should member states seek European Green Deal coherence with neighboring non-member states? Non-member states. What might this coherence look like? Do you have any experience in this matter? Anyone? Yes, Rosalie, please.
I think it is good to, if we start planning, I think it is in your recommendations as well to have like these, what is called MARI plans, like it's transboundary plans combining. For instance, I think I'm from the Netherlands, and with the UK there is some planning sometimes at the border, and sometimes it doesn't make sense when there is nature reservation park on one side of the border and perhaps oil and gas on the other, for instance. So I think in that we can definitely gain a lot of improvement, especially fisheries. It's often fish that we target. Usually it's mobile, so also the sector. And as I said, that with the greenhouse gas emissions and the gigawatts of the offshore wind, it will be like the EU. Okay, so I gather my thoughts. So the EU goal is 61 gigawatts, but then member states they're looking at their national plans and they're like, I'm going a bit over that. So that's why the added commitment is up to 111. So sometimes I guess this is not the most efficient way, and there can be looked towards more synergies there. Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Anyone else want to reflect on that issue? Because I will close the discussions after that.
Yes, I don't
David,
have a
please.
particular answer to the problem, but I think the coherence with neighbouring non-member states, or again to take up the global challenge, is a real issue, and it's a real issue for our sector. So of 51% of aquatic foods eaten in the world are now farmed. So it's now a majority by 51%, but it's a majority of farmed. Of that, the EU contributes 1%. 10% of all the aquatic food consumed in the EU is aquaculture produced. 70% is imported. So we have to take that global perspective, because what we can do, I mean, and we're all aware of it, do we just want to offshore somewhere else in the world environmental problems and poor marine spatial planning? It was interesting hearing yesterday when Dalila from DG Mare was saying they're working on international global projects about exporting innovations in marine spatial planning that we have in Europe and seeing how that could be applied elsewhere in the world. What might that coherence look like? Well, that's a challenge, isn't it? But I think it's absolutely essential that we do look at that and we start raising the bar and have a more level playing field, certainly from our perspective, for the aquatic food products that we have.
From ours as well, at this point, yeah.
Yes, thank you. I will stop now because we are running out of time. I want to warmly thank our experts in this panel, so applause. And it also means that I won't give a summary, but I will give a floor to Fabio. No, Volker. It was intentional.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I kindly ask our panel. Well, if you want to sit, this is not a problem, I guess. But we are coming to a closure of our day. Of course, there are a lot of questions that are really interesting, and of course, also the one about the common fishery policy. I know that has been mentioned a lot today, and but I hope that there'll be other moments to address it. And of course, as you probably know, in addition to the results that have already been presented at the in this last part of the project, of course there'll be also a final policy brief. So we'll try to also take into consideration what has been said today. So as I said, now we come to the closing remarks, and I thank you really, Eleni Atsiayani from the European Commission, DG Mare, for being so passionate. And of course, I'm very happy that she's joining us because, well, yesterday also she was present. So please, Eleni, as you prefer, here, there, as you. Please take a microphone then.
So a very good afternoon, almost evening to all of you. Many thanks, Volko. Many thanks, Martina, for this kind invitation to close the day. And many thanks to all the speakers for these insights today, and also to the rapporteurs presenting the takeaway messages of the parallel sessions. So, as my colleague from SINEA Executive Agency mentioned, both Regina and MSP Green projects, but also REMAP projects, are the first very successful projects in terms of supporting of the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, in terms of supporting the member states with implementation, the monitoring and the revision of their maritime special plans. And we are always glad to see good results, good deliverables, good takeaways for further consideration. And in terms of Maritime Special Planning Directive implementation and how the member states, national and regional level, implement their plans. There are several similarities between the two projects, but again, a lot of complementarities to be done and a lot of takeaways and recommendations. Now, coming to, let's say, a summary, I will try to be very short as possible. Focusing on the Maritime Special Planning as an enabler for the European Green Deal. It's good to see that you have done, an analysis in advance regarding the ambition on how we can integrate the Maritime Special Plans related with the goals of the European Green Deal, by stressing that Maritime Special Planning can have a very crucial role in terms of the implementation of the marine components of the European Green Deal, and by considering how also to strengthen the contribution of the Maritime Special Planning towards this direction. It was very interesting to see the project partners referring not only to best practices sharing, but also to valuable practices, because we always learn from good practices, but also from not very successful activities, which can provide us some good lessons learned to take home. So in that approach, we heard a lot about suggestions, proposals, recommendations for a greener maritime spatial planning, and in a level of, let's say, European, but also national and regional level, and stakeholders and users of the sea. Now, coming to, let's say, more concrete topics, we discussed a lot about data, not only today, but also yesterday, but extensively today in terms of the findings and the recommendations of the projects regarding data knowledge, data availability, how we have concrete data and homogenized data, how we can face the limiting factors for providing this data available, but also to the fragmentation of the data, and how we address the collection of the data in a cross-boundary context. Also, a lot of discussion regarding governance and cooperation. We need strong governance, policy integration across different policy areas, and also the project partners referred a lot to the transboundary cooperation and to European Green Deal-related policy areas which may need further to be, let's say, strengthened. Also, we heard a lot about the importance of the land-sea interaction, of the cumulative impact assessment, sensitivity and suitability mapping, and also how the stakeholders, the users of the sea, can work towards policy integration across the land-sea interface. For the environmental aspect, how they can better prioritize the environmental remediation measures coherently with the implementation of other linked initiatives, but also how the maritime spatial planning can work closely with the terrestrial planning in order to promote relevant circular economic activities in both land and sea environments. Coming to climate change, all agreed that maritime spatial planning contribute to reconciling climate resilience with a prosperous blue economy, but also discussed a lot on climate change adaptation to be among the priorities of any maritime spatial planning process. They also mentioned the necessity of synergies among activities, among different policy initiatives, but also coherence and synergies among sectors, and how maritime spatial plans can explicitly consider any special needs resulting from the storage, the transmission of the offshore renewable energy, but also acting in a framework of integration of objectives and measures in other sectors. A lot discussed on conservation and restoration, what is the role that maritime spatial planning could play as a platform of articulating area-based conservation measures, and how the users can coordinate and be coherent with national processes designed to reach the EU biodiversity targets. On the seafood, a lot of discussions and a lot of findings and suggestions regarding the sustainable seafood production, which is generally well reflected in the maritime spatial plans already adopted, refer to the spatial and non-spatial provisions to enhance the sustainability of fisheries, but also to consider of further potential impacts of other activities to small-scale fisheries. A lot of references also to the low-trophic aquaculture in terms of seaweed and shellfish, but also how important it is to have links with plans of national but also regional level to ensure preservation, to ensure, let's say, development of sustainable development of several activities. So there are several proposals, several suggestions, several recommendations, either in the EU level, but also in the national and in the also regional level. And a lot for the regions, and I'm referring to the regional administrative level of NUTS 2, in order how they can be further better involved in this planning process. Before closing, if I may say a few more words following up on the last panel, because I heard very, let's say, significant words on innovation and the role of clusters. And actually, in the beginning, one of the speakers referred to the communication published by the European Commission in 2021 for a sustainable blue economy, where it is mentioned, first of all, that maritime spatial planning is a key driver for that, and innovation is a key tool towards sustainability in the blue economy sectors, in the aspect also of the priorities for the European Green Deal, for which this communication is, how we call it, the blue arm. As we speak for regions, allow me to refer to the smart specialization strategies of the regions, because these strategies are the main tool, the main instruments for the regional level in order to prepare and to implement concrete innovative projects. And in the consultation DG Mare has organized the previous years, having together all the parts for the quadruple helix, and here is the important role of clusters, including all the sectors. Maritime spatial planning has been addressed for this approach of how it can contribute to the sustainable development of the blue economy. So, a lot of information, a lot of proposals to be further considered, and as we know, when a project comes to the end, a new project, if I can put it like that, begins, which refers to the dissemination of the results, also to how we can better exploit the results and the deliverables of the project, what we call the after-project life. So, thank you very much for this. Thank you for all these, let's say, takeaway messages. My colleagues in DG Mare and myself will go through the document, will go through all the suggestions and the recommendations you have provided, because, and as mentioned also yesterday by our director, following this very successful study, which was published last July for the European Maritime Fisheries and the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Funds projects, there are a lot of lessons learned, a lot of challenges to better face, and a lot of, let's say, next steps in terms of sustainability in the blue economy. So thank you very much, and I wish you a good continuation tomorrow, and have a nice time now to the cocktail and closing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I must say I'm amazed by the restitution that you did of these days. It was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of really practical information. Well, first of all, the MSP Green website is alive and kicking, so you can check the QR codes that you find in the notebook for the further results. But I need also to thank a couple of people, Celino Stew for co-organizing this event, Rossana Di Donna, Ginevra Capurso and Sofia Bosi for being the Slido manager. They are not usually Slido managers, they are researchers and brilliant ones, so thank you for doing that. Of course, our technicians, they were magician more than technician, because they solved a lot of issues, so thank you very much. The final thing is that tomorrow is at 9 sharp, so okay, we will be here, and very glad to also, go into the storytelling of Regina. I think that's it. Of course, during the cocktail, there are the posters, so go there. There is a fridge where you can leave messages for MSP Green. There are also oral minutes, not visual, but sing minutes. We try to be at the edge of communication. Last thing is we're going to have a big photo all together right now in the entrance, okay? Before the cocktail. So let's move everyone there, okay?
I was told that we must be very quick in taking the picture because the cocktail is there, but it will last until 8 o'clock, not later. So go there sharply, and thank you. Enjoy the cocktail later on.